representatives as organizers and the candidates as the Olympic Games, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Prague, the capital city of the Republic, the European City of Sport 2016. A year ago, after the discussion with the EOV leadership, it was decided that the organization of the 31st EOV General Assembly would be entrusted to the Czech Olympic Committee. At the last extraordinary General Assembly in Belgrade, we promised you that we would not only offer you a platform for expert discussion on sport-related topics in the Olympic family, but that we would also observe the Czech Republic, its sporting tradition, its rich history and culture, and its beautiful capital city of Prague to you. For this General Assembly, we have chosen a motto: culture, history, and the tradition. This motto is going to guide you through the General Assembly, but especially through its accompanying social program. Yesterday, we have started the program in the culture, music, art of Prague in Rudolfinem. This evening, we are going to get a feel and taste of the Czech history of the gardener at Prague Castle. And tomorrow, we are going to conclude the General Assembly with a final party turned around the Czech tradition, Prague Chess, Prague beer, and Great cuisine. You will choose all necessary information of course and the details over directly from two states at our information desk in the lobby, but there will be definitely enough time for the paper. It's a great pleasure to recognize so many honorable representatives of Czech, European and international sport who are going to open the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committees with their welcome speeches. Therefore, let me ask first of them, my friend, the President of the Czech Olympic Committee, Mr. Jiří Koura, to come up on the stage. Mr. President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. President of the European Olympic Committees, the Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic, ladies and gentlemen, parents of men. Many of you are welcome at the welcome reception yesterday, but for those not present, it's a great pleasure to see you all here in Prague. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I trust the Organization Committee has done a good job. It's a fact, well known outside of the Czech Republic, despite of the fact Thomas Bach mentioned that yesterday in his welcome speech. But one of the 12 people who established the International Olympic Committee was Czech. Dr. Julius Gut-Jarkowski. Gut-Jarkowski was a teacher, translator, promoter of amateur sports, and sport officer. His involvement in founding of the modern Olympic movement was inspired by the tradition of the Czech soccer movement established during the third quarter of 19th century. This movement was inspired by the athletes and ideas of ancient Greece. Gut-Jarkowski was therefore naturally drawn by the idea as a youth the Olympic Games, the idea of pure equidistance. In 1919, Gut-Jarkowski became Secretary General of the IOC and remained as a IOC member until his death in 1933. This thought and judgment in a very early days of the modern Olympic movement is something we are very proud of. We also feel an obligation to remain an active and committed to the Olympic movement and its future development. We also believe that this development and the future of the sport rests on the principle of Agenda 2020. the Japan committee is fully committed to putting this principle into practice. And the international stage, there are no matters, we have the three main areas in which the CEP NOC is active. The first one is Olympic Pairs. We believe in this project. It is a great potential for involving and directly involving people around the world, and there's excitement for the Olympic Games. It inspires young, supports national Olympic teams, and provides opportunities for RC and NOC parents. The other point is protection for student athletes, particularly relevant at this time. In our efforts to fight against weapons in sport, we must also respect. The last one is the Olympic Channel. We strongly believe in the future of the Olympic broadcasting, and we aim to be heavily involved from an early stage. In conclusion, I would like to wish you the General Assembly and very productive meetings here in Prague. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And now it's a great pleasure for me to ask the President of the European Olympic Committee, Mr. Patrick Vicky, to come and the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies in the Czech Parliament, Jan Humad-Zizek, President of the International Olympic Committee, Dr. Thomas Bach, President of the Czech Olympic Committee, Yuri Koval, Honorary President of the International Olympic Committee, Count Jacques Leb, Honorary President of the European Olympic Committee, Maria Costante, EOC Executive Committee members, Presidents and Secretary Generals of European NOCs, dear friends. I would like to start today with a minute's silence in memory of all victims of the recent terrorist attacks, particularly those which have affected members of our European family in Turkey, Russia, and France. Could you please rise for 1 minute's silence, please? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for your share of solidarity. I am pleased that the European Olympic family is meeting in Prague once again. The last time we were all here was in 1999, and the city of Prague is still as beautiful today as it was 16 years ago. President Koval, thank you and all the staff of the Czech Olympic Committee for your superb organization at the 31st EOC General Assembly. We are honored to be back here, and we are looking forward to a full 2 days of updates, presentations, hard work, and reflection on what has been an historic year for sport in Europe. I am also honored that the President of the International Olympic Committee, Dr. Thomas Bach, is here with us. President, I am most grateful that you found the time to join us. Your leadership of the Olympic movement and your guidance in the form of Olympic Agenda 2020 is bringing all stakeholders closer together. The European Games in June was a watershed moment for the EOC, and we were due to be joined today by the First Lady of Azerbaijan, Mehriban Aliyev, who as chair of Baku 2015 played such a big part in the successful delivery of our inaugural European Games. We had planned to present her with the EOC Order of Merit Award in recognition of her tireless work in helping us realize our vision for the European
delegation from the Baku 2015 European Games Preparation Committee, led by Azerbaijan's Minister of Youth and Sports and the CEO of Baku 2015, Asad Rahimov, a great friend. You're welcome, Asad. I would also like to welcome my OSC member colleagues and the numerous presidents of international and European sports federations. Joining us also are the delegations from the 2015 European Youth Olympic Festival hosts, Belgrade, Liechtenstein, and Tbilisi. The 2017 EOV hosts Erzurum and Győr. The 2019 EOV hosts Sarajevo and Minsk. The 2021 EOV candidate cities, Zakopane and Pecice, and the 2015 Games of the Small States of Europe hosts Iceland. You are all most welcome. I am delighted to also welcome delegations from the Rio 2016, Pyeongchang 2018, and Beijing 2022 Olympic Games, the Lillehammer 2016 Youth Olympic Games, our friends and representatives from the European Fair Play Movement, the European Non-Governmental Sports Organization, the World Anti-Doping Agency, and LOC Olympic Solidarity. Our friends from the LOC administrative offices, and the members of the broadcast and online media who regularly follow our meetings. Representatives from those cities bidding to host the Olympic Games in 2024, Budapest, Hamburg, Los Angeles, and Rome. I hope you all enjoy your stay in Prague, and I know you will be well looked after by our excellent hosts. My friends, let us move forward to the business in hand and work together to ensure the 34th General Assembly is another important step forward in the history of the European Olympic Committees. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Before I ask the third speaker, who does not need a long introduction on the stage, I would like to mention that this is the first time that he has visited Prague since his election, which we deeply appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen,
of the International Olympic Committee, Dr. Thomas Bach.
Mr. President of the European Olympic Committees and President of the Czech National Olympic Committee, our great hosts here, Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, Honorary President of IOC and EOC, dear colleagues and friends, IOC members, presidents, delegates, would be easier just to say, dear friends, good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure being here in Prague, this city so rich of history, culture and sport. And this city is so rich that it is also known as the Golden City. And the Golden City produces also many gold medal winners in the Czech Republic. So that if you relate the population of the Czech Republic to the medals being won and the participation in the Olympic Games, then you know you're in one of the powerhouses of sport here in Prague. Many of you all are younger than me, but even you know, may remember the great names of Emil Satopek, Vera Časlavská, more recent times Jan Selesny, and so many others, until most recently the Czech Federation Cup team who defended their title just 1 week ago here in Prague. And this shows a great history also in Olympic sports. And our friend Jerzy Kierwal mentioned it, that it is dating back to the foundation of the International Olympic Committee, with Jerzy Gut-Jakowski being one of the founding members. And Pierre de Coubertin held him very close and saw in him a great partner, so that he wrote in his memoirs, then when he explained how the Olympic Games were renovated, and then I quote Pierre de Coubertin, "The Czechs were among the first to help to keep the Olympic flame burning." End of quote. I think this is still true today. We see a great support for sport in the Czech Republic from the highest authorities to the people who support their athletes. And we see a very active and successful Czech National Olympic Committee creating dynamism and creating new and innovative ideas for the work of national Olympic committees. And Jerzy mentioned some, the Olympic Park projects, which I really can recommend to you to look into this concept. I think it's a great tool to get the people attracted to the Olympic Games, to the Olympic values, and to your Olympic athletes. And there are other projects like the Sporting Nation Youth Project, where the children are educated about sports and values. So I think we can really feel at home here in a great sporting nation, and the stage is set for a very successful General Assembly of the European Olympic Committees. And there I would like to congratulate President Patrick Hickey and all his friends, and you, not only for having chosen Prague as the place for this General Assembly, but even more for the great successes you could celebrate in the last year with the inaugural European Games. President Hickey already mentioned them, which were very successful. Your European Youth Olympic Festivals, I hope this is the right order. I still don't manage to pronounce the abbreviations like you, Patrick, which were both in the summer and the winter editions a great success. So that today you can look with confidence into the future of the European Olympic committees, and that you can start the last lap in the preparation for what we all hope will be another great success for Olympic sport, the upcoming Olympic Games Rio de Janeiro 2016, where I'm sure we will see many successful European athletes. They're in competition with the athletes from the other continents, and where we will be able to celebrate together another great festival of the Olympic spirit and of the Olympic values. So I wish you a great and successful meeting here in Prague, and I'm happy to be able to participate, to listen to your contribution, to learn where you see challenges and problems, and I hope, and that would be even better, also to hear and to learn where you see the solutions for the challenges we're all facing nowadays in sports. Thank you very much for all the support you have showed in the last year, and thank you very much for your great dedication to our good and noble cause of Olympism in the world. Thank you and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Czech Republic is a sporting nation, and sport has always played an important role in our society. Therefore, allow me to welcome on the stage at the official opening of the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committees, the Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Mr. Jan Hamáček.
Dear President Bach, dear President Hickey, dear President Keval, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to welcome you here in Prague, in a city not only full of sport fans, but also of fascinating cubistic architectural monuments that make it extraordinary among the metropolis of the world. I'm very proud that our capital hosts a high-level Olympic meeting again, 12 years after the IOC session and 16 years after the session of the European Olympic Committee General Assembly. It's often said that politics do not belong to sport. On the other hand, I think that sport belongs to politics. The Olympic idea, when wars were stopped and violence ceased during Olympic Games, is definitely a hot political issue of the day. Yes, the whole Olympic movement is based on bringing nations together, on the ideas of humanity, equality, and fair play. Politics and ideology do not really belong to sport, but on the other hand, sport may substantially contribute to bridging political, ideological, racial, or religious gaps. This ability to change things for the better is highly important. This is in the end something sport and politics still have in common. The president of the IOC, Mr. Thomas Bach, says that sport and politics must respect each other, be mutually neutral, but cooperate, and I can entirely endorse his words. Indeed, such high-level sessions like that of today are usually called sessions of sports diplomats, which means that you, just like us, the politicians, must be able to grasp and represent different points of view and seek to find the best possible compromise among different interests. It is my sincere wish that your session and your decisions contribute to strengthening the Olympic idea. And finally, I would like you to enjoy Prague and its beauties despite of your extremely busy schedule. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the main priorities in the Czech Olympic Committee is the work with the children and the young. As the Honorable President of the IOC likes to stress, we are trying to get the couch potatoes off the couch. Take them from their computer screens to gyms and sport fields. Motivate them to do sport. Motivate them to be active. Motivate them so that in the future they become the new Czech sports stars, the new Olympic generation. The Czech Republic has been excellent even in the reputation, also when it's come to the organization of the sporting events. The year 2015 has been especially rich in this regard. We have successfully organized the European Athletic Indoor Championship, Ice Hockey World Championship, the European U21 Football Championship, and we should not forget the last week's Fed Cup finals, where the Czech ladies team defended their title. And with this, I would like to ask one more the President of the European Olympic Committee, Patrick Hickey, members of EOC Quadruca, the President of the Czech Olympic Committee, Mr. Kejva, the Chairman of Chamber of Deputies of Parliament, Mr. Hamáček, and the President of the International Olympic Committee, Dr. Thomas Bach, to join me on the stage for the official exchange of presents.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, just before we go into this part of the ceremony, it was pointed out to me that when I read out the list of cities bidding for the 2024 Olympic Games, I left out the city of Paris. If I misread my script, I apologize. I want to make very clear that the 5 great cities bidding for 2024 in alphabetical order are Budapest, Hamburg, Los Angeles, Paris, and Rome. Thank you. Thank you for your attention for that short ceremony. And just to give you some housekeeping information, because we do not have the ceremony of Order of Merit, we are postponing the coffee break until a little bit later. So we are going to continue now with the agenda, and we next have the tribute to the sports leaders who have passed away. And can we start this ceremony now, please? Thank you for your attention for that short tribute. So we continue on with the agenda, and we are at item approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held in Baku, Azerbaijan, November 2014. Everybody has received these minutes, and would anyone like to make any comment or correction on the minutes? It does not appear to be so. So, thank you. We take the minutes as unanimously approved. Thank you again. So we now move on to report of the EOC President, my own report, and I will go to the podium to deliver this. Dear colleagues and distinguished guests, dear friends, before I start my review of the year, I would like to touch on two parallel events in the last week that have shattered our world. Both have a major impact on our role as leaders of European sport. Firstly, I refer to the tragic events in Paris last Friday and the fact that these terrorists tried to kill hundreds of spectators in a sports stadium and then to kill hundreds more as the fans would have run to safety outside makes it all the more shocking to us in this room. Thankfully, they were not successful in this part of their evil plan. But as we know, they did succeed in killing and maiming hundreds elsewhere across Paris. The EOC stands in solidarity with all those affected by this tragedy. Dear friends, we must face up to the fact that the risk of terrorism and the extremism that feeds it is now sadly part of all our lives in Europe. Evil is no respecter of boundaries. But as leaders of sport in Europe, we have a duty to help society use sport as a way of providing unity and cohesion in the face of division and hatred. The right for anyone to play sport must never be compromised. Sport can ultimately help in social development and lead to peace, and everyone in this room has a responsibility to play their role in that fight. But sometimes sport is the cause of division and mistrust. The recent revelations about corruption and cheating at the highest levels of sport remind us again of our great responsibility as leaders. The EOC applauds the work of the IOC and WADA to help sport rid itself of the scourge of doping, and we will do whatever we can to support this fight. Similarly, we will work with all relevant organisations to help in the reform and strengthening of sports governance and integrity in support of Olympic Agenda 2020. Colleagues, dear friends, I urge you all to join me in the fight against these great issues for a better, safer and fairer society. My report today will be as brief as possible within the confines of our statutes. This is because we have a very busy agenda, and I have already delivered the full report to you at the ANOC General Assembly in Washington last month. The roadmap that the EOC has set itself for this quadrennial continues to hinge upon promoting Olympic values in Europe and beyond, and ensuring alignment with Olympic Agenda 2020. On the Olympic Agenda 2020, I want to start with a few considerations of this agenda. The first is that we must see it as a working tool. The second is it must be at the forefront of our thinking and must guide our activities in all areas, day in and day out. President Bach's 40 resolutions are a roadmap for the EOC, and we believe they must be the same for every NOC as well. Athletes. Our athletes, who are always at the centre of our focus, are being well supported by our EOC Athletes Commission, and they recently held a very successful seminar in Bratislava, and you see a nice photograph of them here, and this was a great success. as regards autonomy and good governance, these are two items that are very strong in President Bach's Agenda 2020, and we must pursue both in a very, very serious way. Regarding autonomy, I have a central role in that. President Bach appointed me as the delegate member for this, and it's quite interesting. Many NOCs worldwide are under attack from governments and political interference, etc., etc. So our job is to be very vigilant and to protect the interests of the NOCs as much as we can. The European Youth Olympic Festivals were a great success. I want to thank the NOCs of Austria and Liechtenstein, and then our colleagues in Tbilisi and Georgia had the Summer Games, and everybody who was there will know what great success both these events were. We also had another very interesting event, which was the Games of the Small States of Europe, and this was held in Iceland, and again, it was a really, really great success. Gender equality, we are trying our utmost to improve on this, and we are succeeding in some way. May I congratulate the people of Prague that they have elected the lady mayor who hosted the reception yesterday evening. It's the first time ever a female has been elected as mayor of this city. So everybody is making progress. Anti-doping and the fight against the manipulation of sports competitions or otherwise illegal betting. These are two big menaces that we are constantly working on, and everybody has to fight with us to overcome them. Next, I go on to the European Games, and you all know what an amazing success these games were in Baku. I won't go into too many details now because we'll be getting a full report from BACOG later on, and as I said earlier, Minister Rahimov is here with us. But I do want to remind you that we think the European Games are a must. Together with the EYOFs, they form a logical progression towards the Olympic Games. They provide Olympic qualifications in many sports. They bring an important income stream for the NOCs and European federations. They give a sense of unity to Europe, spreading Olympic ideals. They are not a blueprint of the Olympic Games, but a factory for groundbreaking innovation. They include innovative sports that appeal to the younger generations alongside more traditional ones, so bringing the world of Olympism closer to our youth. In conclusion, I see the Olympic movement of Europe as being alive and well and looking ahead to a positive future. For all our activities, we are progressively implementing Olympic Agenda 2020 and its guiding principles. And at no time in our history has our message to the continent been stronger and our association sounder. And I must add here that none of what we have achieved would have been possible without the strong and excellent relationships we have with all our different partners and stakeholders, the IOC, Olympic Solidarity, and first and foremost. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you again, and it's my great pleasure now to have the next item on the agenda, which is the report of the Secretary General, and I would ask Leila please to make this report.
Dear President Bach, my President Patrick Hickey, dear delegates from the 50 European National Olympic Committees, dear participants, dear friends, dear Yerka and Pat. It is a great pleasure to be here in Prague to celebrate our main meeting of the year, invited by our dear Czech friends. Allow also me to warmly thank once again President Yerka, Keval, my colleague Secretary General Petr Kazlik, and Roman Kumpost, and all their staff for their dedicated and professional cooperation in organizing our 44th General Assembly. The Czech Olympic Committee is one of the oldest NOCs and one of our most active members. Throughout the decades, famous personalities have contributed to Olympism such as Jirka Gutierkovsky, one of the first 12 members of the IOC, as President Bach and President Kivel remind us, and as you can see in the picture along the corridor. Later, iconic Olympic medalists Vera Časlavska and Emil Zatopek, and also Vladimir Černosak. Many Czech sports leaders have been active in our organization, Milan Jilesek among others. RAG has played host to many important meetings, the 1925 Olympic Congress, the 1977 and 2003 IOC sessions, and the EOC General Assembly in 1999. Congratulations, dear Czech fans, for your long-lasting commitment. Before giving you a short recap of our association activities, I would like to give a special welcome to the numerous delegates and guests in the room. Pat already listed them. I can just add that our traditional guests and speakers from the IOC, Olympic Solidarity, ANOC, and BADA. A special welcome goes to the participants who are attending our assembly for the first time. May I ask them to stand up? The representative from Norway, President Tom Tvedt. I can see, okay. From Denmark, Secretary General Morten Møllem Nansen. We also welcome from Finland Secretary General Timo Jackson. And from Slovenia Secretary General Edvard Kolar. Both of them were, however, already at our seminar in Belek. A particular welcome to the delegation from the cities wishing to organize the 2021 Winter and Summer EOV, the delegation from the candidate cities for the 2024 Olympic Games, Budapest, Hamburg, Los Angeles, Paris, and Rome. A big welcome to you all. The year that is coming to an end has been a very special year for our association, and will be remembered for having made history for the Olympic movement of Europe as the year of the inaugural European Games, and I dare to say a fantastic experience for our members, and above all for the European athletes, our athletes. At the end of the Games, we sent out 2 questionnaires, one to the European National Olympic Committees and a slightly different one to the European Federation. I will try to give you a brief synthesis of the results we got from the 27 NOCs out of 50 and the 16 European Federation out of 20 that sent answers. Due to the way, in particular, the NOC questionnaire was structured with mostly open-ended questions, the replies were not homogeneous. Some answered discursively, some synthetically, and some chose to grade their answers numerically. We have thus interpreted the information in a reasoned way, cataloging each answer into between 3 and 5 groups, so as to be sure to capture the nuances and so obtain an overall picture. The indications that come out of this analysis are excellent. Picking out the key indication, the response from the EFS was very good, and the many who answered all considered the European Games highly positive, with many agreeing that it would be a very good stage for European Championships and that it should be used for Olympic qualification. The European NOC also see the European Games as highly positive, and they too like the idea of Olympic qualification, but also the alternative new sports that appeal to the younger generation. They, like the European Federation, were very impressed with the ceremonies, the level of the venues, and how smoothly everything was organized. Everybody applauded the TX transport system, but many expressed concern about the safety of driving, given also the 2 terrible accidents. Both NOCs and the European Federation basically see the dates and length of the event as the best combination possible. All the NOCs and the Federation now understand the need to bring their top-level athletes. The European Federation in particular, but also most NOCs, were interested with the extent of the TV coverage. Were there any negative comments? Not really, apart from the lack of merchandising. I could add many more positive comments, but time doesn't allow. Any of you wishing to look at this information in greater detail will find the full document on the EOC internet. To conclude, the general consensus was that in terms of organization, the event was a success, well beyond anyone's expectation, and that European Games must continue and grow in importance. My own comment that all this is that if any confirmation was needed from the NOC and the Federation, we have it. In other words, this is equivalent to a confirmation of the mandate to continue with the European Games project and make it grow. Finally, may I say the results of these questionnaires once again confirm the fantastic job that Azerbaijan did staging the inaugural European Games in Baku. The year 2015 has also been the beginning, or more precisely the confirmation, of our full commitment to supporting Agenda 2020 in all our actions. Support is indeed the thread that has linked our activities in the past 12 months. 4 executive committee meetings in Lausanne, in Valné, in Tirana, and here in Prague yesterday, that all had one sole scope: to support you, the 50 European NOCs, in processing and developing your true wealth, the athletes. The organization of the annual seminar in Valné in May and the Athletes Forum in October in Bratislava. The EOC Commission, whose commitment contributes to putting into action the EOC's fundamental aims, support to the athletes, high-level ones as well future champions through the EOV, the fight against doping, working towards gender equality, and building Olympic legacy and good communication. The 2015 Winter and Summer EOV this year in Vorarlberg, Liechtenstein, and Tbilisi, 2 fantastic events that once more testify to the appeal this competition has for our young athletes, who dreams to go to the Olympics one day. Regarding the future EOV, I want to confirm that Turkey have very generously agreed to stage the Erzurum Winter EOV in 2017, giving Bosnia and Herzegovina more time for preparation to host the 2019 Sarajevo Winter EOV. Dear friends, I think you will all agree that this is a fantastic show of Olympic solidarity on the part of our Turkish friend. I believe our good friends, President Ugur Ebner, Vice President Hasan Arat, and Secretary General Necip Gundogan from the NOC, but also the Turkish government and the authorities of the city of Erzurum deserves a round of applause. The Games of the small state of Europe, organized in Iceland, represented, as for every edition, a very special moment for the participating athletes and countries. The 5th Piotr Nurowski Prize to reward every year the best young European athletes. The prize will be awarded tonight further to the vote to take place this afternoon. I'm pleased to announce that the Executive Committee have unanimously decided that as for 2016 and so on, there will be 1 prize for summer sport and 1 for winter sport. Finally, visiting our members of NOCs has also been a way to better know their condition, their activities, their needs, and their priorities. From Sweden, Montenegro, Armenia. Of course, the complete support of our association to its members has been possible thanks to the Olympic Solidarity and its continental office in Rome. In addition to the lump sum to each NOC, the EOC funded 39 special activities for a total of close on $1 million. In addition, this year, we succeeded in giving out substantial extra funding as an outcome of the successful European Games. These were in brief the items on which the EOC Secretariat in Rome has been working during the last 12 months. My thanks to all the staff. This brings me to the end of my report, and I want to close saying that all this has been possible thanks to the dedication of the members of the Executive Committee, the members of all the EOC Commission, and the NOCs that have organized our meetings and sport events that all deserve our gratitude. In a few weeks, we will enter the second half of our mandate, and our commitment is to continue with a strong will to contribute to enhancing our athletes' value in their professional and private life by making our member NOCs ever stronger in their support of Olympic values. This is particularly true in moments like the ones we are experiencing these days. There is a general need for unity, courage, and determination in order to win all the battles that we are facing, and unfortunately, not only the ones related to sport. A few years ago, during an official ceremony at the Italian presidency of the Republic in Rome, Thomas Bach confided to me that he probably was not the most elegant fencer of the 70s, but he did know how to win. I know that under his guidance we shall win all our battles. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Has anybody any questions they would like to address to Leo regarding his report? No. So it's my great pleasure now to go to the next item on the agenda, which is an address to us by our President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, and who only a few years ago was sitting in amongst you there as a delegate representing Germany as its NOC President. So it's a great pleasure to have you back in the European family, President.
Thank you very much, dear friends, and thank you very much, President Patrick Hickey, for giving me finally the floor after I applied for it 4 or 5 times from the floor, and I was never given the honor to speak. So finally I make it here. Thank you also, General Secretary Pagnozzi, for the kind introduction, reminding me of my good old times in fencing, but I think you should have told the whole story. What I told you and my Italian friends at this time also was the reason why I love sport in Italy so much. And the reason is that I won all my major medals against Italian athletes. So, thank you really for this very, very kind welcome. We have seen each other just a couple of weeks ago there in Washington for the General Assembly of EOV. So don't worry too much that I will repeat my message from Washington in all full length again. But on the other hand, I think just the recent weeks and days have shown that our values are under threat, and President Hickey has mentioned this. Our values are under threat from outside because all these terrorist attacks we have been going through in the recent weeks. There are not only an attack on a country, there are not only an attack on a city, there are not only an attack on political groups, there are attacks on all human and Olympic values. So we have to be aware of this, and we have to show and to demonstrate that in these difficult times, the Olympic Games as a symbol of humanity, as the only event, in fact, in our world, which brings together all the 206 national Olympic committees, the athletes living under one roof together in the Olympic village, that this symbol of unity of our humanity, that this symbol of a peaceful competition is more important than ever. On the other hand, our values are under threat because of incidents we have seen happening with regard to corruption, manipulation, and doping in different organizations, also just recently. And therefore, I'm not getting tired. I'm not getting tired to repeat this message from Washington, from this General Assembly, that we have to make every effort, in accordance with Olympic Agenda 2020 to safeguard the credibility of sports. Because only if we enjoy credibility, then the messages we are sending with the Olympic Games, with the athletes, that the messages we are sending with our values, only then they are credible. And therefore, we need to safeguard the credibility of sports organizations and the credibility of sports competitions. You cannot dissociate the two from each other. After a certain period of time, if the sports organization is losing credibility, also the sports competitions are losing credibility. And if sports competitions on the one hand are losing credibility, after some time the credibility of the sports organizations will be affected. So we have always to see the two together. With regard to sports organizations, this means good governance and transparency. And you have all the elements of it in the Olympic Agenda 2020. Today I'm happy to be able to inform you that the IOC has implemented all these recommendations of Olympic Agenda 2020 with regard to the IOC. We have undertaken many reforms already 15 years ago. There at this time I was together with our now honorary president Jacques Rogge fighting for these reforms 15 years ago. Reforms about which some international federations are now starting to talk about. They have already been implemented, and we have implemented all the Olympic Agenda 2020 reforms with our annual report, with a compliance officer, with transparency of our budgets, with auditing to the highest standards, and so on. So I can only encourage you, please now follow the request of the Olympic Summit, please follow the recommendations of the Olympic Agenda 2020, look into your own organization, check what you have to do and where you may have changes being necessary. And don't be afraid of these changes. If you change, it does not mean that you did something wrong in the past. If you change, it's just showing that you're giving new answers to new questions. And make these changes, because I know that some people, when I was introducing the Olympic Agenda 2020 11 months ago in Monaco, I said to change or to be changed. That is the question. Many people there I know, they were coming to me and said, this was a little bit too much. This was too dramatic. What we are seeing now, 11 months after, is that the two of our major international federations, they are being changed already. So not to pretend that they knew at the time that it would come so fast. but everybody who wanted to see could see that we need to change and that we have to give answers, new answers to these new questions. So please do this and follow the Olympic Agenda 2020 and implement there with all your determination these recommendations and apply the basic principles of good governance in sport. For the sports competitions, credibility means protection of the clean athletes and means the fight against doping in particular. And we want to show that we are not only talking the talk, but that we are walking the walk in both respects. With regard to good governance, just to give you one example, we are having 40 NOCs every year being audited according to international standards. And if you want to know more, ask your president, Patrick Hickey, in his capacity as president of the Irish Olympic Committee. He has been going through this exercise some time ago, and he knows that this is not easy, but you can take this opportunity to congratulate him very much. The Irish NOC passed these exams with flowing banners, so congratulations to the Irish NOC. But we are going to walk the walk also with regard to the fight against doping. And the recent events, the recent revelations have shown how important this is. One of your members here, the Russian Olympic Committee, has taken a great responsibility in this respect, and we welcome that the Russian Olympic Committee there is standing up to do all the necessary and to address all the issues mentioned in the WADA Independent Commission's report. President Zhukov visited me a couple of days ago, and he presented already at the time a framework on how to do this. And this framework was saying that all officials, coaches, and the entourage implicated in doping will be held responsible and sanctioned. All doped athletes will be sanctioned in accordance with international anti-doping regulations. All clean athletes will be protected. The RUSADA, the National Anti-Doping Agency, the Anti-Doping Laboratory in Moscow, and the National Athletics Federation will be made compliant again with the WADA code. And in this respect, the Russian Olympic Committee and the authorities will coordinate closely with WADA and IAAF. We have noted with great satisfaction that now, after this communiqué, IAAF has taken their decisions and has just recently established an inspection team and published the criteria for verification, and that they will work together with the Russian Olympic Committee in this respect. And the same applies for WADA, who have also set their criteria and will work with the Russian Olympic Committee. And WADA will have to work in particular with the National Anti-Doping Organization, which is recognized by WADA, and the Anti-Doping Laboratory, which is accredited by WADA, to find out what has been going wrong there in their organizations and how this can be corrected and how they can become compliant again. Just this morning, President Zhukov has informed me about some first very important steps they have been undertaking in this respect to sanction the doped athletes, to protect the clean athletes, and to have Russia being compliant with the international anti-doping regulations. And these important steps include renewal, include new people, include also new inquiries and the steps into the right direction. And therefore, I think I can speak on behalf of all of you that we are wishing the Russian Olympic Committee and President Zhukov all the very best in this endeavor to sanction the dopes, to protect the clean, and to have Russia compliant with the international regulations. We are very happy that the unanimously agreed initiative of the Olympic Summit of last October, before all this happened, that this initiative has been taken up by WADA, an initiative to make the anti-doping system more independent of sports organizations. Therefore, following up on the broad discussion we had among the leaders of the Olympic movement at the Olympic Summit, I would like to give some food for thought to the WADA working group with the following 3 proposals for further consideration. First, a testing and results management organization within WADA should be set up independent from the monitoring and regulatory services of WADA. Sports organizations would transfer their anti-doping systems to this organization and make the funding available initially at the level of their present investment in the fight against doping. This organization should also coordinate the work of the national anti-doping agencies to ensure a streamlined, efficient, and worldwide harmonized anti-doping system. Governments, who are 50% shareholders of WADA, should support this organization alongside the sports movement, both logistically and financially. Second, within this organization, a professional intelligence gathering unit should be established. This would allow WADA to be proactive. The unit should address issues with regard to the compliance of national anti-doping agencies and anti-doping laboratories accredited by WADA at the earliest possible stage. This would help to make all such institutions compliant at all times and in such a way protect the clean athletes worldwide to the same level. Third, sanctions could be pronounced only by CAS. In such a way, also the system of sanctions would be centralized, be cost-efficient, and lead to harmonization among all sports and among all countries. The current right to appeal such sanctions to a different chamber of CAS would be fully upheld and guaranteed. We are convinced that the adoptions of these proposals in one or the other way would lead to a more efficient, more transparent, more streamlined, more cost-efficient, more harmonized anti-doping system. It would better protect the clean athletes and enhance the credibility of sport. The IOC, independent of these food for thought, of this contribution to the discussion, has already taken first measures in this direction. WADA will lead intelligence gathering funded by the IOC to make testing in the lead-up to the Olympic Games Rio de Janeiro as efficient and independent as possible. Out of competition testing during the Olympic Games will also be guided by this intelligence group from WADA to make it more targeted and more effective. As in previous Olympic Games, WADA observers will supervise all aspects of the doping control program of the Olympic Games Rio de Janeiro. I would like to ask you to, from your perspective, to think about these proposals, to think about these ideas and take it into consideration in your own contribution to this fight against doping, to the better protection of the clean athletes. But I would really like to urge you, to urge all of you to go the extra mile in your anti-doping program before the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. Be aware that you can be as successful as you would have never imagined in these Olympic Games. You could win as many medals as you could have only been dreaming of. If only one of these medals, if only one of these successes is tainted by a doping scandal, is tainted by an anti-doping, an infringement on the anti-doping rules, then all your medals, all your athletes are tainted by this one doping case. And this is what the clean athletes have not deserved. You have to protect the clean athletes in your Olympic team by making the fight against doping a top priority, and to try to get the cheats before the Olympic Games in Rio, to have them sanctioned, to have them exposed, to show that you're going after the cheats in order to protect your clean athletes. This is what they have deserved. So make your program even tighter. Do one test more than one test less. Make it tight in the interest of your National Olympic Committee, in the interest of your clean athletes. And then I hope that we will be able to celebrate a great success of Olympic sport in Brazil. You know that the circumstances in Brazil, politically and economically, are not the very best at this moment. But I'm sure with all your solidarity, in the end, we will come to Rio de Janeiro being overwhelmed by the enthusiasm and the hospitality of the Brazilian people, and that we will celebrate wonderful Olympic Games there. We have had another achievement in the last couple of weeks, having sports being mentioned as an important enabler for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. This is something the IOC managed to have this wording, this paragraph for sport in this important paper for the future of humanity. Now we're handing this over to you. This is our present to the National Olympic Committees, because the implementation has to happen on the national level with the national governments. So please go to your governments, show what the sport is doing already in many respects to make education better, to make your healthcare system better, to have a more inclusive society. Show it to your governments, develop new projects, and then get the support from your government because it's their responsibility to achieve these sustainable development goals, and it is our responsibility there to put sport at the service of society and to help with the support of the government. I also would like to thank you very much for the strong sign of solidarity you showed to support our initiative to bring top-level refugee athletes to participate in the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. Through your support, you're sending a message of hope to these refugees. And we want to help these high-level refugees, these high-level refugee athletes. We want to help them to continue their dream of becoming an Olympic athlete. They have no national team. They have no flag to march behind. They have no national anthem to be played for them. So we want to offer them a home in the Olympic Village. We want to offer them the Olympic flag as their flag, and we want to offer them the Olympic anthem as their anthem. So they will have a home together with all of us in the Olympic Games in Rio 2016. I think this will be a great symbol of hope for all the refugees, not only for these high-level refugee athletes, but for all refugees in our world, and will make the world better aware of the magnitude of this refugee crisis. So there are many actions to be undertaken, but I know that the IOC, that we all, that we can count on the support of Patrick Hickey and all the European Olympic committees. And I would like to thank Patrick Hickey for the great support and contribution he has made in different functions to Olympic Agenda 2020 and to the implementation of Olympic Agenda 2020, be it as the delegate member for autonomy, be it in the Olympic Summit, be it in the IOC Executive Board, and in many other respects. And I want to thank you for all the contribution you have made, for the steps you have been undertaken to implement Olympic Agenda 2020. I would like to thank you for all the words of encouragement I could enjoy all the time on this journey together. And I hope that we can continue this close cooperation in this spirit of friendship, of support, to ensure that the three pillars of Olympic Agenda 2020 can be achieved, that we show that the Olympic movement, the Olympic Games are taking care of sustainability and legacy, that we are taking care of the youth and to get, as it was mentioned, the couch potatoes of the couch, and that we are doing everything in our power to have credibility for sports organizations and sports competitions. So thank you for all of this. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but already now, thank you for your attention and your support.
Delegates, you heard a very comprehensive overview of where we are at this moment in the Olympic movement, and Dr. Bach has invited questions. If anybody would like to ask a question or make a comment or a suggestion, he would very much welcome them. No, I think you have explained everything. Mr. Cinquanta.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Bach, for the very extensive report you have made. You have spoken pretty long, you know. And now I would like to understand the following. I put some questions. WADA is involved to determine the prohibited substance and methods, is correct? WADA is involved in determining the prohibited substance and method, is correct? No, it's a question.
No, but can you just is it the one question or do you have?
No, I have the second question.
Well,
who is going to determine the sanction? CAS or WADA? Because the athletes can appeal to CAS within 21 days. My question is, if it is WADA determining the prohibited substance and methods, and WADA is also deciding, as in the past, it is one thing. If CAS is deciding, is another thing. I would like to understand better.
But don't answer your own questions, Octavian. We'll let the President answer.
No.
Thank you for advising me that I've been talking too long, Mr. Cinquanta. But on the other hand, with your questions also showing me maybe not long enough. But I think I was very clear with these ideas, with food for thought, that the two tasks of WADA would have to be separated, of course, that the monitoring task and the testing task have to be independent from each other. And with regard to a sanctioning system, there we would follow the system of states or governments. You would have in the first instance a court which would issue the sanction, and then in a second instance there would be an appeal possible against these sanctions.
Thank you, President. I think we are all duty-bound to follow the very clear message that President Bach has given us. You all know from experience in your own countries, the public are beginning to mistrust sport and sports leaders, and we are very fortunate that we have the Olympic movement led by President Bach to keep us on the straight and narrow path. And I think it's incumbent on all NOCs, not only in Europe, but attached to ANOC, to follow the IOC guidelines on this and implement Agenda 2020 in a very, very vigorous way. And in a few months' time, then we should be back to normality. Now, before we break for the coffee, it's my great pleasure to introduce some people to you. They are special guests here at our General Assembly today. And as you all know, Discovery Eurosport recently signed a major deal with the IOC to broadcast the Olympic Games in Europe for 2018 to 2024. They are here to get to know the European Olympic family and to meet and greet with you, because they are now a very vital part of our family. And I know that you will make them feel very welcome and that you will enjoy having some meetings with them. So the delegates are represented by, and I would ask you to stand up and say hello to everyone. We have John Briac-Peretti, who is the president of Discovery Networks International. And we have Michel Rousseau, who is Discovery's executive vice president for global communications. You're very welcome. They will be great partners for the Olympic movement and for Europe, and we look forward to you enjoying the next 2 days with us here in Prague. Now, I am pleased to tell you all we will have a coffee break. Thank you. And could we please take your seats? Could everyone please take their seats? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could everyone please take their seats? Lelo. Thank you, delegates. We're going to commence proceedings, and the next item on the agenda is the report by the EOC Treasurer, Mr. Kikis Lazaridis. As he has a lot of paperwork, he will do it from sitting here on the podium.
Thank you, President, for allowing me to sit here. Indeed, I have a lot of papers, very interesting papers, I hope you find them. Dear colleagues, good morning to you all. My presentation this morning will cover the following: 2014 accounts. These are the accounts that your executive committee has approved yesterday, and they're subject to your approval, of course, before they become valid. The other item is current financial position. I'll give you some comments about how we stand with regard to 2015 budget. We, of course, have time to go before we complete our accounts, but in the next few months. But in the meantime, I've got some interesting information to give you. The next item on my agenda is the 2016 budget. That's a budget that your executive committee has approved yesterday, and they asked me to propose it to you for your recommendation, for your approval at the end of the day. I will also give you some preliminary figures about the Baku Games, the European Games. I think are some very interesting figures, but they'll not be the final figures. Now let's start now with the EOC 2014 accounts. Now you can see on the left-hand side now subscription fees. These are the fees that you pay every year. Interest is a very low figure there, of course. We have some money in the banks, but as you're aware, the banks do not give very high interest these days. I did mention last year, if I remember correctly, that eventually banks may ask us to give them money to keep our money with them. This is maybe we are in about 0.32 or 0.33, so it's a minimal amount. The other item, of course, is the money that we receive from Olympic Solidarity. That, for new members here, I will inform you that this is decided at the beginning of the 4-year period, the so-called quadrennium, and we spread it over the 4 years according to our needs and expenditures we have every year. And of course, so Pere is very strict with us. He also tells us more or less how we would spend this money. And he has always a very watchful eye on how we spend this money. Now, when you go to the expenditure side now, there's much changes there. By the way, I should mention that we receive our money in dollars, and we spend it in euros. So lots of differences you see between budgeted and actual figures is due to the fact that the exchange rates are changing during the year. So we take the last figures, of course. I can see audit, insurance, of course, presidential office, miscellaneous. There's no comments that I need to make there. Of course, when you read these figures, if you need more information, just please ask me. We come now to the meetings. General Assembly, there is an increase, there is a deficit there. This is due to the fact that we held our assemblies in Baku, which is a bit far away from Central Europe, so the costs are a bit higher. Same goes for the EOC seminar, actually, which was held in Cyprus, again, country which is not in the center of Europe. EOC activities for the town, executive committee, same amount. EOC commissions, so there is a much lower figure here. The reason is that we did not have the number of meetings that we normally have during the year. That's why there is this less 50,000 here. Other meetings, same amount, of course, that we budgeted for. Communications, the same. The EU office, again, I remind you that we contribute to our office in Europe 170,000 euros. But the accounts you see here is in dollars. This is why there is a difference there. But the amount we pay, and that's fixed, is 170,000 euros, sorry. Continental Games, we didn't have any games during the year, as you know, except that EOV, there is an amount here of about 160,000. The reason is that we have established an office, actually, to run these games, because the games, quite a number of games, and they need special attention. And we have an office, and we bear the necessary costs, of course, and also a number of commissions are also working towards preparation of these games. That's why we have this 160,000. We budgeted for 200, but it was the first year, so we were not sure what the total amount will be at the end of the day. That's why there is a difference there. The NOC activities, of course, the standard figure that the 85,000 we give to all of you, all of the Olympic committees. Special activities is for special needs of our Olympic committees, and we give this money to Olympic committees who apply to us, and they justify the need for some of their expenditure. So this is the total amount you see there. And there's a contingency where we provide for contingencies just in case. With this and this is my final word for the budget for the accounts of 2015. If there are any questions, of course, I will be delighted to answer. Are there any questions about the accounts of 2014? Now, these accounts have to be approved by you, by the General Assembly, of course. And I hope I have your approval. Thank you very much. I would also ask our external accountants to give us, hopefully, the clean bill of health, as they call it, that we kept accounts within the standards provided by the external auditors.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason McGrath from the auditing firm Cregan Associates. and we were elected as the external auditors at last year's General Assembly to audit the financial statements of the European Olympic Committees for the year ending the 31st of December 2014. Our work is carried out throughout the year, and it includes a site visit to the Secretariat in Rome to inspect the books and records of the EOC. In our report, which is included in the financial statements, it is basically in three parts. Firstly, we lay out the respective responsibilities of the Executive Committee and ourselves as auditors. Secondly, we explain the basis on how we arrive at our audit opinion and the work that we actually carry out. Finally, we give our actual audit opinion, which I will read out for the record here this morning. In our opinion, the financial statements of the European Olympic Committees give a true and fair view in accordance with generally accepted international accounting practice of the state of affairs at the 31st of December 2014 and of its results, cash flows for the year end. They have been properly prepared in accordance with international financial reporting standards, and we have obtained all the information and explanations which we consider necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper books of account have been kept, and the financial statements presented today are in agreement with those books of accounts. Finally, the information given this morning in the General Treasurer's report is consistent with the financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. So we had the clean bill of records, which pleases me and the Executive Committee that have approved these accounts. We go on to the next item, which I mentioned before, the 2015 accounts. Because the records are not complete yet. We have a few months to put our records right for the whole year. But what I, in my judgment and looking at the figures available to me so far, I can assure you that we are moving within the budgetary limits that you had approved at the last General Assembly. I don't expect there will be any substantial changes. So the figures will be more or less the same as the ones you had approved in the previous General Assembly. Go on to 2016 budget now. Now this is a budget that was prepared by the Executive Committee. It's being proposed to you for approval, for adoption, for approval. Okay, now we have, on the income side, of course, similar figures, the subscription fees from the Olympic committees, interest again very low for the reasons that I had explained before. And Olympic solidarity is the figure you see here. Now this is spread over 4 years and according to our needs, that's why the figure is lower. But overall, the figure is decided by the IOC and my friend Peremiro at the beginning of the 4-year period. And we spread it according to our needs, according to our expenditure. But overall, it's that figure which is decided at the beginning of the 4 years. Now, on the expenditure side, there isn't much change. And I must tell you that if there are some minor changes, I will repeat that it's due to the differences in exchange rates, because we operate in euros and we get our money in dollars. So depending on the exchange rates prevailing at the time when we draw the accounts, there may be some differences, and it's due to that fact. General Assembly is a minor increase there, as you notice, 15,000. The reason is that we held our General Assembly in Baku, which is not in Central Europe, as you know, and the costs were a bit higher than normal. That's a small amount, 15,000. EOC seminar for the same reasons, because this seminar was held in Cyprus, which is again not in Central Europe. That's why there's a little bit higher cost here. Now the EOC activities. The activities we have here, Executive Committee, the same amount. EOC Commission, so we don't have a meeting of the of the Commission, so it will be one less meeting at the time. That's why we provide for this smaller amount here compared to previous years. Other meetings, the same amount, and the communications, again, the same amount. And the Brussels office, again, is the, I repeat, is the 170,000 euros that we pay towards the cost of maintaining that office in Brussels. Continental Games for 2016, I don't think there will be any Continental Games. Again, it's just the office that we maintain for running these games, for organizing these games, that the Commission is attached to it, and this is why we have this amount here for 2016. Subsidies, again, the same amount, no increase here, 85,000 per Olympic Committee. Special activities, again, the same amount. So by the end of the day, we'll more or less break even, more or less, for 2016. This is the budget which is proposed by your executive committee to you for approval. You need to approve this as General Assembly. So I hope that you would approve it. Do you approve? And I have some perhaps more interesting figures for you here with regard to the games in Baku. We don't have final accounts, of course. We're still recording we're updating our accounts until the end of the year. I remind you that the Baku Olympic Committee gave us $25 million to organize these games. And by the end of the day, we did organize, I believe, excellent games, thanks also to our hosts. The games were, for those who had attended it, they were very, very good. And we spent overall about 10 million. So we're left with about 15 million from the monies that we received from Baku. And your executive committee will look at this eventually and will consider what to do with it. But it's better to have more money than less, so I don't know how we're going to spread this eventually. This is very quickly my review for the financials of the EOC, and I hope you're happy with the figures that we have heard. I think the stewardship, financial stewardship, is still, not because I run the office, but I have a very strict executive committee, and especially the president, who is always nagging me about the figures. So I think what I have been proposing to you is acceptable. That's all I had to say, and if there are any questions. Before I finish, of course, I would like to ask you that we reappoint our auditors. We are very happy on this end with the performance of our external auditors, and I would ask you kindly to approve their appointment for next year. They're appointed every year, of course, and reappointed if we're happy with their work. So my recommendation, strong recommendation to you, and the executive board's recommendation is to reappoint our existing auditors. Do you approve? Well, thank you very much, President. This is what I wanted to say, but I'm open to questions if there are any about anything that I have mentioned about the financials. Thank you very much. I think I covered the issue quite
Thank you, Kikis.
well.
Anybody with any questions for the Treasurer? No. Kikis, we're very fortunate to have you guarding our finances. You always do a very comprehensive job, and we appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, we next move to the next item on the agenda. It's the report by the ANOC Secretary General, Gunilla Lindberg, and you will all remember the event we had in Washington, the General Assembly of ANOC, and Gunilla did a magnificent job in the organization of this. It was even bigger than an IOC session, and not such an easy event to organize, so well done on the great work, Gunilla, and please proceed.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for those kind words. Mr. President of IUC, Mr. President of EUC, Council members, IUC colleagues, all the friends in the NOCs of Europe. It's a great pleasure for me to stand in front of you again. And as we just said, it's only 3 weeks ago since we were in Washington. So you wonder what news I can tell you. It has happened actually quite a lot the last weeks. So I'll just, if I can make this work. To update you a little bit on what we are doing at the moment. We had 15 different meetings in Washington, and we had 1,300 people attending in different functions. And thank you for the kind words. It was a logistical challenge, but thanks to you and the understanding of all the NOCs, I think we managed to put on a good meeting there. Better than I can handle this one. We had, of course, a big support of the USOC, the American Olympic Committee, and we had different, also, we honored different people there, and we had the great pleasure also to welcome Kosovo and South Sudan into the ENOC family, which means that we are now 206 members. I think I need to call for Janjuka. We had big support, as I said, from US and also with the presence of the Vice President of US, Joe Biden came. As President Bach said, he made a wonderful presentation to all the NOCs of the world. And in the resolutions that we have taken afterwards, and also during the meeting, of course, ENOC is giving the full support to the implementation of the Olympic Agenda 2020, and we are working very closely with you, and also the support and big interest in the Olympic Channel. We support also the continuation of the joint project we have with IOC and Olympic Solidarity for the Olympic seminars between the different continents. It has been 3 groups already, and they will continue in the end of January. And it helps the NOCs also to understand how they can work with the marketing. As President Bach also said, the Olympic Summit proposed to WADA to be responsible for the testing in the future and also supporting that, of course. And then we decided to change the accounting standard, which has been under the Swiss law as for all the federation, and now go to the IFRS. We continue to work very close with Olympic Solidarity, IOC, NOC relations, and also their support to the NOCs. And then, as you heard also in Washington, the 9 different commissions in ENOC is working very hard, and they have managed to move our organization forward. We also had a proposal from the Modernization Commission to establish rules for good governance and ethics, and those rules should be included in the ENOC Constitution. So we are now making a proposal, and we are working, of course, together with IOC and the Code of Ethics. But we think also that ENOC should have in their constitution those very important rules, and also we want all the NOCs to do the same thing. We have an event commission, and we also have a youth commission. And the youth commission is fantastic. It's young people from 6 countries from all over the world, and they really come with good ideas. So we decided to involve them in the ENOC work much more, so one of the representatives will then be a member of the event commission. We decided to postpone or move the General Assembly that we had announced to be in Rio, as tradition is. The dates in Rio were the first week of April, but we found it was too close to the General Assembly in Washington. And we also want to honor the athletes from Rio in our next award gala. And also Rio is very busy with the preparations for the games. So we have decided to move this next General Assembly to Doha, Qatar. They had applied for the 2017 one, but we moved that to 2016. So please mark that in your calendars. We will send out an invitation when we know the calendar of the IOC president. So end of October, beginning of November in 2016. And we decided, as you remember, in Bangkok, to introduce the ENOC World Beach Games. And we appointed San Diego in United States to host the first edition in October 2017, which gives us only 2 years for the preparations. San Diego is a beach city, they have a beach culture, and we think it will be the very right place to be. So the proposed dates for those games are 29th of September until 9th of October 2017. The invitation will be to all the 206 NOCs, maximum 5,000 athletes, 2,500 officials, around 20 different sports and no Olympic disciplines on the program. We are working with the federations at the moment. It will be beach handball, beach soccer, beach, everything connected to the beach, but no event or discipline that is on the existing Olympic program. We are working with the ASOIF and the recognized federations to establish the qualification rules and to see how we can work also with the technical details. And we are actually planning to give you more information than in the first quarter of 2016, when we know more how we can establish the qualification system. For you, it's also good for the NOCs to know that we will cover your transportation and the accommodation in San Diego, so it should be no extra costs for when you go there. And this is the new logo of the ENOC World Beach Games. In Washington, we also had the second edition of the ENOC Awards, the gala. And we had, this year, we honored the athletes from the different continental games. And you can see the European lady winner there, the Katie Taylor from Ireland. And I can guarantee you that Mr. Hickey had no input in that decision. It was the Athletes Commission from Europe. We asked the Athletes Commission in the different continents to be a part of the procedure and to make the proposals. And we were very proud also that Katie was there. She had a gold medal in London, and very exciting. And then for the male, we had from Azerbaijan, the wrestler, Togrul Askorov, and he was also present at the award. We also honored our IOC president, Thomas Bach, for all the contribution, and especially for the contribution he has done since he became president, and with the We also had an award for Francesco Riccibitti as president of ASOIF and for his many years as president of the International Tennis Federation. For the awards next year, as I said, we will award the best athletes from each continent from the Rio Games, and we will come back to you with this procedure later on. For the cooperation with IOC and the NOCs, we have been working hard during the past year with the new proposals for the Rule 40 and 50 regarding trademarks and Olympic clothing and the sporting goods industry. We have also been part of the qualification rules for Pyeongchang, and also we have a lot of input in the coordination commissions for Rio, Pyeongchang, Tokyo, and the Youth Games. And we have also given a report from all the NOCs for regarding the debrief we had from Nanjing. Regarding the coordination commissions, Mr. Hickey and myself, we are a part of the Rio Coordination Commission, and we really are trying to defend our rights there, and we also have been very active in the Rule 40 and 50. And then for the Pyeongchang, I have the honor to chair the Coordination Commission for Pyeongchang. I'm going there next week again in a project review. And they have made good progress. We will have the first test events in next spring. And before we have the next coordination commission, both in Rio and in Pyeongchang and in Tokyo, we will start again to ask all the NOCs if they have problems or if they have questions, because the only way to move forward with our questions is through the organizing, the coordination commissions. And I've been talking to George also that from your commission and EUC, you have to update us so we can bring all the questions we have on the table in the coordination commissions. That concludes my presentation. As I said, it was only 3 weeks ago we were in Washington. We are working hard though with the preparations now for Doha and for the beach games, and we will come back with to you with more information in January about the beach games and how the whole procedure will be for the qualification and which sports will be on the program. That, Mr. President, concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Gunilla. Has anybody any questions to address to Gunilla on her report? No, everybody is very happy. That's great. Thank you very much, Gunilla. Thank you. Now we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the European Games, and we will do this in two parts. We will have a short presentation first from our Executive Board member, Zlatko Matesa, and then he will introduce Minister Rahimov, who will do the major presentation on the Games. And as I said earlier, it's a pity our First Lady from Azerbaijan could not be here because she played such a vital role and a great role in the delivery of these games. She was chair of the organizing committee and she was involved in every aspect of the games, and it was a huge pleasure to work with her and with my great friend Asad Rahimov. And I don't think in the period of 2 years we had even one argument. Things went so very smoothly, and thanks again to everyone. So, Mr. Zlatko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear President Bach, distinguished IOC members, my colleagues from NOCs, presidents of European federations, I have a real privilege to present to you a short presentation about European Games. As you are absolutely aware, a new and historic step for the EOC, but also for the development of Olympism in our Europe. But before doing that, I would like to say to our colleague, friend, and President Keval that I'm really proud to be a European always when I come to the Golden Prague, because Prague reflects the history and also future of Europe. And thank you for organizing this event in Prague. On that point, starting with European Games, I would like to say something about the people who we admire very much. They are legend of the Olympic movement. That's our honorary President Jacques Roch and Mario Pescante, who started this idea of European Games a decade ago. Then we got a President Hickey, who has a vision, but also determination. Without determination, vision is almost useless to start with that games. But you cannot start with the crucial support of our president of IOC, Dr. Thomas Bach. And when you put all this together, then we have a first edition of European Games. Some key figures. 17 days of competition, all European NOCs, 50 of them, 6,000 athletes and 3,350 officials for all European countries, 20 sports, 16 Olympic and 4 non-Olympic, 12 sports as a qualification for Rio, 844 medals awarded through the 253 medals events, 18 competition venues, from which 12 permanent and 6 are temporary, 1,042 apartments, 12,500 volunteers, and which is also remarkable, 145 countries reached through the broadcasting. What is important? All European NOCs participate in the games, and also most of European federations were in the Baku. Medals. You see the medals tablet. Congratulations, Bijan. But what is really important, 43 European countries, meaning 86% were awarded with the medals. So it was very, very important for the overall success of the games. About venues, I mentioned 18 venues, some of them gorgeous, like a national stadium, a new gymnastic arena, indoor swimming pool, but I would like to underline 6 temporary built structure, so we try to avoid what we call white elephants, unnecessary spending money for the infrastructure which won't be used later on. Athletes Village. It's also important to mention to you that Athletes Village was not purpose-built for this event. So it was rent, but it was excellent accommodation to all our athletes and officials, and probably it will be very hard to find a similar level of accommodation in the future. Operations. There was a lot of operations which are relatively new, but I would like to underline a torch relay in the Azerbaijan because it was really meaningful for the country, and it was a kind of mobilization for all young people to be included in European Games. Then broadcasting. Thanks to Manolo Romero and his team, it was a great success. To have first edition of European Games broadcast in 145 countries, of which 45 European and 100 the rest of the world, and daily attract more than 30 million viewers through 17 days of competition. Altogether, remember that number, 1.7 billion viewers. So second to the Olympic Games. This is a good point. I have to inform you that we are preparing with Deloitte London a study about brand value and marketing value of our product. Then about volunteers and workforce. 2,586 paid staff and 12,500 volunteers was the core of the success of the European Games in Baku. But nevertheless, it was also, in the same time, kind of faculty of sport management and organization for those young people. Thanks to Simon Clegg and his team, international team, transfer of knowledge was great. So today, I think that our friend, Minister Rahimov, will also say something about that. Today, a beautiful country of Azerbaijan is capable to organize all major sport events in the world. But you cannot do that without support. And support we have. From the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, a First Lady, also Minister Azad, who was a key figure on our coordination commission and the BECOC, and also Mr. Simon Clegg, who is today with us, who was head of the BECOC. But in the same time, there was a special force for problem solving immediately, like Cengiz, Konul, Farhat, and other friends which greatly contribute to the success of the Games. Our strategy when we started that project was based on innovation and flexibility. Let me show you some examples. What we achieved. Olympic, non-Olympic, and parasport disciplines have been integrated together for the first time. Starting with some sports having outside sport program, street athletics, and some other disciplines. In gymnastics, for example, all 5 disciplines were conducted simultaneously, first time ever at a major sport event. TX system, using taxis for the transportation, was excellent. Sponsors, they were allowed, but on very discreet way, to place this branding inside the venues. E-zone, which replaced so-called mixed zone, has been a great success. And finally, which I think personally could be also useful for Olympic Games, a rotation in the athletes' village. You know, you remember the athletes was coming 2 days before competition, and they were leaving 2 days after competition. So you have always a certain level of athletes in the village, which provide you with the possibility to include more sports with the same level and same number of athletes on the daily basis. Then, stakeholders. You cannot do anything without stakeholders. And financial contribution to our stakeholders. Let me remind you, athletes, European federations, NOCs of Europe, and EOC was the stakeholders. And I will use this moment to thank all European federations to be our partners and to be stakeholders on the first edition of European Games. Then we decide that we will make some financial contribution. As you may see on the table, 5 million to NOCs, 2.5 million to the European federations, but also based on the success in the competition and performance part for the NOCs and the athletes. What that means for Azerbaijan? I expect that Minister will say a lot more than me about that, but undoubtedly, Azerbaijan proved to be a European country, modern country, with a great facility and capacity to organize multi-sport events, to provide security and everything connected with the needs of the great sport events. And finally, team. On this picture, you may see members of the Coordination Commission with the President. I would like to thank all the members of the Coordination Commission, again, to our President, and each and every of you who contribute to the success of the first European Games. Thank you.
Thank you, Slatko. And now I will ask Minister Rahimov, please, to proceed with your presentation. Thank you, Minister.
EOC President Patrick Hickey, IOC President Dr. Thomas Bach, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very pleased to have opportunity to address the 44th General Assembly of the European Olympic Committees following the success of staging the inaugural European Games. Mr. President, I would also like to thank in particular the President of the International Olympic Committee, Dr. Thomas Bach, and the President of the Association of National Olympic Committees, Sheikh Al-Sabah, for their support and attendance on the opening ceremony of the European Games in Baku. The first European Games in Baku marked a new era in the history of European sport. These continental games have become an event capable of bringing positive change to the overall development of sport in Europe. Under the guidance of European Olympic Committees, we managed to deliver the Games in only 2.5 years. This success was largely due to the strong political will of the Azerbaijani leadership, effective management, overwhelming support of the general public, and the high level of cooperation with European Olympic Committees, as well as international and European federations. At the highest level, there was strong personal leadership and spirit of collaboration between our chair, First Lady Mehriban Aliyeva, and the President of the European Olympic Committees, Mr. Patrick Hickey. These high-level collaborations set the tone for the teams and facilitated the resolution of any issues on the pathway to the Games. I would like to thank the EOC leadership and in particular the Chairman of the Coordination Commission, Mr. Spiros Kapralos, for their complete and entire support and guidance. Public support for the Games was exceptionally high. Prior to the Games, we held a survey among 150,000 students who represent the future of our country. More than 80% of respondents fully supported the Games in Azerbaijan and expressed confidence that these Games would help promote the positive image of the country, develop sport in Azerbaijan, and ensure country's overall development. Even today, 4 months later, we still hear many positive comments about the Baku Games coming from all over the world. With your permission, I would like to provide some statistical data. Of course, my good friend, Mr. Zlatko Matesa mentioned that, but we have to repeat this data again because we are very honored for that. As you know, European Games lasted for 17 days and were held across 20 sport and 31 disciplines. The Games were staged at the 18 world-class competition venues. All 50 members of the European Olympic Committees and their athletes participation in the Games. Nearly 6,000 athletes competed for 253 sets of medals. 3,000 team officials accompanied their athletes during the competitions. The Operation Committee employed 2,500 employees and over 12,000 volunteers from 68 countries. 100,000 hours of training completed in preparation for the Games. 20,000 people were provided with temporary jobs during the Games. For the first time in the history of multi-sport event, we established a graduate excellence program, which involved 188 graduates from the European and Azerbaijani National Olympic Committees. All of them were placed in jobs at the Operation Committee. The Athletes Village, along with the Media Village, housed all athletes, team officials, and international media representatives in over 5,000 high-standard bedrooms. One of the largest kitchens in Europe was located in the athletes' village and served approximately 80,000 kilograms of food. During the Games, approximately 1.2 million meals were served across all venues. The Games road transport network stretched for approximately 47 kilometers. 570 kilometers of fiber optic cable was laid between competition venues. The event was covered by the 1,200 journalists. A total of during the preparation for the Games, our chair of the organizing committee, Ms. Mehriban Aliyeva, held multiple presentations of the Games in capital cities and regional centers of Europe, aiming to promote the new identity and the image of the European Games. In addition, the Operations Committee also arranged for many high-profile public events as 1 year to go, 200 days to go, and 100 days to go as a countdown to the Games. We also held a successful 48-day torch relay covering 5.5 thousand kilometers. The relay passed with 1 hour distance of 99 of the entire population of Azerbaijan. More than 1,000 people carried the torch to 61 locations across the nation. The opening ceremony was broadcasted in 120 countries, which is an absolute record for continental games. Over 1.7 billion TV viewers from 145 countries watched the Games during the 17 days of competition. Total number of the YouTube viewers of the opening and closing ceremonies exceeded 220 million people. Dear friends, I can continue proudly with the game statistic, but I would also like to focus on the legacy of such multi-sport event. The Baku Games can serve as an outstanding example of the right way of distributing human, financial, and administrative resources. The sporting facilities built during the preparation for the Games have already become an integral part of our country's sporting life. More importantly, after the competitions of the Games, thousands of young people took up the practice of sport. Sport as swimming, tennis, track and field athletics, gymnastics, badminton have proved to the particular popular. The human resources, skills and talent that we acquired while preparing for the Games have become another important part of the Games legacy. The experience earned by young Azeri people will shape up their future professional development for many years to come. We truly believe that we in Baku did everything possible to turn these Games into the great historical event in the world of sport. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to thank you everyone who assist us in staging the Games, which success to the next host city, and express our readiness to provide every support to them in preparation for the second edition of the European Games. And also special thanks to the Czech Olympic Committee for the fantastic hospitality. We feel ourselves like a home. We also prepared some short video to remind you most, let's say, memorable moments of the Games. Thank you for your attention.
The 49 Olympic Committees of Europe present gave the go-ahead to us to commence with the inaugural European Games in Baku, Azerbaijan, which will be held between the 12th to 28th of June .
Azerbaijan strongly support the organizing committee in preparation to the Games.
2015 is the culmination of a long road and a bold dream, a burning ambition for the EOC, and the greatest stage for you, the 6,000 athletes of the 50 Olympic nations of Europe.
Birinci Bakı Avrupa oyunlarını açık elan edirəm.
Imagine all the people living for today.
Hi, my name is Tom Bonen, I'm from Belgium, and I'm here to compete in the cycling event on Sunday.
It's going to be cool. We're excited about it.
First European Games, first gold medal, and also first gold medal, and also first medal for Slovenia, so it's a lot of emotion.
I hope this will be an event that gains importance over the years.
Baku was named as the first ever host city for the European Games.
Exploring the next steps in sport ahead of the European Games.
This is the inaugural edition of this international multi-sport event for athletes representing the National Olympic Committees of Europe.
Win the men's 1-metre springboard event at the Baku Aquatic Centre.
On the roar of the crowds cheering the first ever European Games, join me as we explore Azerbaijan.
Be part of sporting history in Baku this June.
Minister Assad, you can be very, very proud of that. It brought back tears to my eyes as well on those wonderful days that we spent in Baku in the month of June. And I think everybody in the room will agree with those sentiments. Your hospitality, organisation, everything was just absolutely superb. And we all discovered a really dynamic new country in Europe called Azerbaijan, and its capital, Baku. Nobody I've been there many times, but the people who had gone there for the first time were just amazed at this capital and what it has achieved, etc. So, Minister, you will always be in our hearts. We have given a commitment that for the future editions of these games, the torch lighting ceremony will be held in the famous temple in Baku and then transferred to the new country that will be hosting the games. So in my opening remarks, as well as thanking President of the IOC, I also want to thank very much President of ANOC because he encouraged me at great lengths to get these games up and running. And of course, our President is a very happy man. As he said, the 5th ring is now complete and it's there. So thank you again for those wonderful memories. And then I move on to the next item, which is the European Games 2019, in other words, the 2nd edition. And we had hoped to name that city for definite today by our good selves. Media has been chasing us, but our job is to report to you, the delegates, the NOCs, not to the media. So events in the last week, 2 weeks, have overshadowed what we had intended to do today. So our executive committee, your executive committee, we discussed this in very great detail yesterday at our executive committee meeting. And we drew up a statement which is approved by the executive committee. And I'm now going to read out that statement to you. Dear colleagues and friends, our inaugural European Games, Baku 2015, was a spectacular success and a wonderful way to add the missing 5th ring to the continental games of the world. Now, of course, our focus is on 2019, and in this competitive world, we are working to innovate and improve for our 2nd edition. The EOC held discussions with several nations, and I thank them all for their interest. As you know, we developed an excellent understanding with the Netherlands Olympic Committee in particular, but it was not just to be on this occasion. But ultimately, our preferred host nation was Russia, and we hoped to present their concept to you all here in Prague. But for obvious reasons, the priority for Russia, for the Russian Olympic Committee, and by extension, the EOC, must be elsewhere. This is a time for the European Olympic Committees to offer our support to the Russian Olympic Committee as a strong and loyal proponent of the Olympic movement in Europe and globally. President Zhukov, the EOC is deeply committed to helping the Russian Olympic Committee drive to solve your country's doping issues. I am pleased to see that Russia is cooperating fully with the IOC, WADA, and the IAAF. I urge you to leave no stone unturned in your mission to become WADA code compliant so that we can see clean Russian track and field athletes representing a clean Russian Athletics Federation in Rio. Russia is still the EOC's preferred partner for hosting the 2019 European Games. That is, provided the independent authorities can confirm Russia's ability to support an anti-doping program that meets the highest international standards. The Games are 4 years away, and there is real potential here to demonstrate Russia's new robust anti-doping system and clean sport culture through the 2019 European Games. I believe Russia can lead from the front in the future. Baku 2015 proved that the European Games is already an attractive property with massive potential, 6,000 participants competing in 20 sports, watched by 1.7 billion around the world. And the appeal of the Games will only improve second time around, particularly as the EOC is working with European athletics to develop an innovative, world-class track and field format for the sports program in 2019. Dear colleagues and friends, I assure you that I will be keeping you updated on all our decisions on the 2019 European Games, and I look forward to starting preparations as soon as possible for what will be another amazing event for European sport and culture in 4 years' time. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you again, and can I now move on to the next item, which is the report by the IOC Olympic Solidarity Director, Perry Miro. Perry, we don't hear from you too often, so you can even go a bit longer this time if you wish.
This is a provocation.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. IOC President, EOC President, Executive Board members, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. It is a real pleasure for the team of Olympic Solidarity, for the team of NOC Relations Department to be here among you once again. Thank you very much for the invitation. And this is really a special thanks because to be here in this frame in Prague with the warm hospitality of our friends of the Czech Olympic Committee, it is really a privilege. Because of this, I would like to thank the Czech Olympic Committee for the special preparation of this event, and especially for the hospitality that all of you, I believe that you are feeling. Thank you very much, Eddie. And I believe that all of you agree that we met already some weeks ago. It was in Washington. We got the possibility to discuss about, let's say, the situation of Olympic solidarity, the situation of the NOC relations. And today I was thinking to be brief. But look, thank you very much. As you have seen, Pat has asked me to entertain you till 1 o'clock. It means 1 o'clock is lunchtime, and before it's not ready. I'm sorry for that, and you must follow this presentation for the next 55 minutes with your permission. But I believe that I have been beaten already for some of the precedent speakers. Because of this, I'm not afraid about the challenge. But let me tell you that speaking about Olympic solidarity and NOC relations, many things already were said in Washington. But probably you will be interested to know something else concerning Europe specifically, because there we spoke about in general, about the world. And I believe that the topic that was many years ago, that Olympic solidarity was not especially conceived by Europe, is already gone, completely gone. Because you will see in the next figures that through Olympic solidarity world programs, you know that we have the world programs, continental programs, actually we have developed in the last 3 years of the quadriennial around 2,500 activities together, and in benefit of all the NOCs. The 50 NOCs of Europe are working with Olympic solidarity in some different programs. But not only that, you have, as Kikis has explained very well through the budget, you have also the continental programs managed through Rome. And you also are working in your specific activities, and this is a kind of explain that you have available, as you know, through these NOC activities, you have available around $340,000 US dollars for the 4 years for your own specific activities. And also, the office in Rome is developing for you a program for specific projects that you can apply to them. If you put all that together, the world programs and the continental programs, you see that the figure that money invested, that finally is something very concrete, is impressive in the last 3 years. We have invested together in benefit of athletes, coaches, and many other things, around 75 million US dollars in the last 3 years. That I believe is a very, very important figure for this continent. And some examples on that, because especially we should speak about athletes. Look, we have especially worked together in benefit of awarding scholarships for the preparation for the Rio Games. And 47 NOCs out of 50, it means only 3 NOCs in this room, have not been working with us for these scholarships. But all NOCs, big, medium, small, all are inside, and 7 million have been awarded to that. And I believe that this is really impressive because it means that 520 athletes, they are beneficiaries of that. 520. It means 75 more than in London, meaning that we are progressing, we are giving more scholarships, more money invested on that. And this already in London was important because out of those beneficiaries, you qualified 57% in London. In London, 57% of the beneficiaries of scholarships got the qualification for London. That this is one of the main goals of this program, help athletes to be qualified. We hope that this will be still better in Rio. But in London, they obtained 33 medals. 33 medals were obtained by these scholarships. And I believe that you are in the right way already because in Baku, that now you got the final report, athletes beneficiaries of these scholarships, they got 62 of the medals that you have seen. 62 of the medals were obtained by scholarships of Olympic Solidarity, meaning that you see the synergies and the contribution between all of us, between the European Games and also the Olympic Games for sure. But not only individual athletes are benefited on that. I believe that many people also speaking, when I speak in another continents, they believe that in Europe, you are not really taking part in, especially in the team sports, because the team sports, they thought that they are already supported. And this is not true. You see that 40 NOCs actually are working with us, preparing teams for the games, preparing teams, and we have invested close to $4.5 million in teams. And also I remember that in London, 20 teams, 20 European teams in different sports, they were in this program. And around 5 of them, 5, 6, if my memory is fine, obtained medals. It means that, look, the reality is showing to us that really the Olympic Solidarity Program, this work together is for all the world around, not only for some continents, it's for everybody. But not only we are working in Olympic Solidarity on the programs. As I said before, we are working in other fields together, also with the NOC Relations Department. We're working together with other IOC departments in trying to have the full synergies on that. And let me speak a little bit about other activities that we do together. IOC President this morning spoke about the refugee program. This refugee program, led by the IOC, is mainly managed by Olympic Solidarity, but also in full cooperation with other IOC departments. IOC President spoke this morning about this $2 million special program that we have awarded for these special circumstances that Europe is unfortunately suffering now, and especially for this wave of refugees moving through different countries. You know that these $2 million are available for programs that you can propose, that for sure we are very happy to cooperate with you. And I would like to thank already the 9 NOCs, there is already 9 NOCs that they are working with us, the NOCs of Germany, Austria, Greece, Slovenia, Spain, Bulgaria, Denmark, and Netherlands, they are in this program. Because of this, I would like to thank all of them, because this is bringing hope a little bit to all these people that is moving through the countries. But also, the IOC President mentioned this morning a second step on that. We are thinking to identify athletes, high-level athletes, being in conditions to be qualified for the Games. Through these people that is moving around the world, through these people that have not much hope in life in this moment, and we would like to identify athletes of high level, and these athletes will be helped for us. Because of this, the most difficult point is to identify these athletes. We cannot do that alone. The IOC cannot do that. The EOC cannot do that. You can do that. If you, every one of you, in your country, you know some situations concerning athletes, high-level athletes, we are saying, that because the circumstances in life, now they are suffering of this situation, having no home, maybe, having maybe no passport, but they are in the conditions to have a high level and to have this hope to go to the Games. Let us know, inform us, inform especially Pamela Vipon, you know Pamela, she's in charge of that, and we will find a way to help these athletes and at least to give some possibility to get qualified for Rio Games. And it will be really a pleasure if someone of them is really qualified at the end. Because of this, please, we need your support on that, and these athletes may need your support for that. Another activity that we are doing in parallel to the normal programs is for sure to try to ensure and to help in good governance to all NOCs in the world. The IOC president spoke this morning also about this point, the need that we have, more than ever, to make sure that our house is in the right order. For sure, you know that in the Agenda 2020 already, a couple of recommendations were approved concerning good governance for all the components of the Olympic movement, for all the components, not only NOCs, also IFs, organizing committees, and everybody that belongs to this Olympic movement. The year 2016 will be key on that because we are planning to develop, let's say, a very important operation together with you, together with international federations, together with all organizations, members of this Olympic movement, to make sure that what we call the basic principles of good governance for the Olympic movement are implemented for all of us. And in the year 2016, next year, we will launch, let's say, a huge campaign of information about that, but also to remember that this should be evaluated. This good governance should be evaluated by each one of you, but not only you, because in the past was the thought was that the NOCs were involved on that, and many other members in the Olympic movement thought that it was not for them. This is for everybody, for everybody. And now, next year, we will try to make sure that everyone, every single component of the Olympic movement will evaluate themselves concerning these principles, and the IOC, for sure, will be very happy to know the situation and, for sure, to help in improvement if needed on that. Olympic solidarity, and this is the point, has already started before. You can be sure, and you can be proud of that. We don't need of scandals in order to make the house in order, because since many, many years, you know that Olympic Solidarity has asked you, before receiving any kind of support, that you must prove that you are audited locally, each one of you. And all of you, it's my pleasure to say that here in the room, but not only here, all around the world, all the NOCs actually are locally audited by their own auditors for the full organization. But on top of that, what Olympic Solidarity has started before, last year already, is the audit through our auditors. Sorry for that, but this is the new era that. Meaning Olympic Solidarity has Pricewaterhouse as auditors, and this is not a propaganda, but this is the reality. And through them, we are auditing all the money going to you. Only this money, not the other, this money going to you. And we have a plan that all NOCs in the world will be audited through that, through external auditors, meaning our auditors, during the next 4 years. And already, we have already passed that in the world. And to around 89 NOCs, they have already had the visit of our auditors. And this is what President Bach was referring before, speaking about Ireland and the President Hickey. And you can see in the screen that we have different groups of NOCs that during 2014, the screen before, please. And in 2014 and in 2015, you see the names of the NOCs in Europe that they have been audited by our auditors. And also, this year, we have another 13. That means that actually 25 NOCs in Europe, 50%, they have received already the visit of our auditors, meaning that double check, sorry for that, but the world is changing and this is needed. And thank you very much for your understanding, because for that, this operation is not a cosmetic operation, it's a real proof that the house is in order. And if not, you can be sure that we will deal with those that we think that they have some problems, and we will arrange things in the way that, for sure, as usual, trying to speak and trying to understand what are the problems and to solve that. But for the moment, you can be sure that everything is very well, and we can show that to the world, that we have no problems, that we try to put the house in order. On top of that, another activity that we are developing, for sure, and you will be very interested, is in the preparation of the quadrennial plan 17-20. In Washington, I spoke a little bit about that. And look, now we are trying to get your opinion in where we are currently with the Olympic Solidarity programs, in what are the benefits for you, what are the problems, what can be better, what can be, let's say, much more adequate for you. And we are analyzing the situation. We are having different levels of discussion in groups, individual, etc. You know, questionnaires will come. And I cannot advance anything. The only thing that I can advance, that I believe that will be good news, is that will be a little bit more of money. And Mr. Lazaridis will be much, much, much happy that however, let's say, the different crises in the world, however, everything that we are suffering around, that means we know already let's say, the origin of the money for the next quadrennial, and I can already advance that a little bit more will be. I don't know how much more, but a little bit more will be. You can be sure of that. This is the first point. And the second point that I can advance is that the programs that we are now thinking will be much more tailor-made for each one of you. We believe that one size fits all is not actually what we need. We need to understand much better the needs of each one of you. We need to be much more flexible in the application of each one of the programs, and probably we should have the global picture of each one of the NOCs. Because everyone is different, and everyone needs a different approach concerning the scholarships, or concerning the coaches, or concerning the headquarters that you may need. Because of this, we need a specific approach to each one of you. For sure, this requires more means on our side, more effort, and we don't want to increase the administration, and we don't want to increase all this, let's say, the cost of the machine in itself. We don't want, because finally the money is for you. And we need to find the right balance between being much more useful for you, and for this we need to understand much better each one of you, and the cost of the machine in itself, and to spend as less as possible and giving as much as possible to you. This is what we are thinking, and you can be sure that I have not the answer today, thankfully, but we will try to do our best to propose something, let's say, very adequate next year, that this is the moment that the next plan will be approved. And finally, in this way to know better each other, that this is the only way that I understand of cooperation, to know better each other, we are visiting you time to time to understand better the NOC. Thank you very much, the NOC of Sweden, because we were in Stockholm this year, and I hope that next year we will be in another NOCs that we have already proposed. And these kind of visits are not a touristic visits, however, thank you very much for showing the city, but it's not a touristic visit. It's try to understand better your structure, your way of functioning, and also how we can cooperate better, not only in Olympic solidarity, because this visit covers the full IOC departments, and how we can cooperate better in all the different fields. Passing from good governance, and why not for the Olympic Channel, and many other things that you are interested in. Because of this, next year we will continue, but this is not the only way. Also, you have the elevator, the lift is in the two senses. Also, you can come. This is Montrepos. You know, this is the Olympic Solidarity headquarters, also the place for the NOC Relations Department, and I invite you to come. Again, this is your home, and this is not only a word. You know, for all those that you have been in Montrepos, by the way, I'm taking another 5 minutes because I need to follow the path instructions. By the way, Montrepos is the real historical site in the IOC, with the permission of the president. It's really, the Montrepos is the place that Pierre de Coubertin went when he decided to go to Lausanne. He was living in this house, Coubertin. He put the IOC office here, and it was the IOC headquarters between 1915 and 1960. And afterwards, the IOC moved to other places and moves to VD, that is the current headquarters, actually. But this house is still in use. This is, I repeat, your house, first of all, and we entertain the house a little bit. Olympic Solidarity is there, the NOC Relations are there, and you are very, very, very welcome. Because of this, once again, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for the pleasure, the privilege to work with you. I see some smiley faces, some others less, but look, any case for me, it's a privilege to be here and see all of you. And thank you very much for the cooperation. Thanks a lot.
Has anyone any questions for Pere on Olympic solidarity? Yes, we have one from, please state your NOC and name, yes, please.
I'm Johannes Curtius, and I'm with the German NOC. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the IOC and President Bach on the important initiative on inviting refugees who who are high-level athletes to join in the Rio 2016 Games. And we actually had the case of a German swimming coach who approached us very recently, who has been working with a young female Syrian swimmer. And she came to Germany 3 months ago, and actually on her way from Syria to Germany, the boat that they were taking was a leak between Turkey and Greece. And she actually helped with her swimming capacities to land the boat safely towards the shore. Being 17 years old, I think this is a very remarkable story. And so I would really like to encourage everyone in the room, all the NOCs, to take on this important initiative and work towards helping bringing refugee high-level athletes to Rio.
Thank you, Perry.
If you allow me, I will take the opportunity of this comment to thank also especially the NOC, the National Olympic Committee of Netherlands, because what I have not explained is that in this program for elite, let's say refugee athletes, elite, what we will do, if you identify some athlete, please contact us. And I said Pamela Dupont is responsible for that. What we will do together with you is to make sure of the level of the athlete, to make sure of this level, and afterwards we will decide together where and how this athlete will be trained. And we have many different possibilities. Maybe if the athlete is in a country that the NOC has possibilities and the NOC decide to take the athlete under tutel, let's say, maybe we can have an agreement with you, say, in the country. But we have another possibility that, because my thanks to the NOC of Netherlands, that they have offered to us let's say, the support of the center of Papendal, and all athletes not having this possibility in the country that will be identified, we have already an agreement with them that we will place all of them in Netherlands, if it's possible, if it's logic, if it's... but at least we have already centered a place that we can work together on that for those that we have no other solution for the moment, and that the logic will drive us to that place. Because of this, thank you very much, not only to the Netherlands, also to all of you again.
Thank you, Perry. Any more questions for Perry? I agree totally with the sentiment expressed by our German colleague. This is a great, great initiative by President Bach and the IOC, and I think every NOC that is able to should use it to help as many immigrants and migrants as we can. It's a wonderful opportunity for sport to lead and show the way. Perry, thank you again, and now we will pass you over for the NLC relations. Who is, which? You covered both, sorry. I was missing for a while, excuse me, Perry. Well then, that was a record then, you were quicker than ever, I can't believe it. That's a true record. So, well done, Perry. Just before we break for lunch, I have a request from the president of the Russian NOC, President Zhukov, who would like to address the General Assembly. Alexander, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I just would like to thank Patrick Hickey for his words of support of the Russian Olympic Committee and the clean Russian track and field athletes who must take part in the Olympic Games in Rio. Of course, we promise to do everything possible to make our athletic federation compliant with WADA code, and the Russian Olympic Committee is cooperating with IOC, WADA, and IIF on this matter. And regarding the European Games, I would like to congratulate once again Baku and, of course, European Olympic Committee for an outstanding success of these games. And the next European Games, I think, can become even more attractive, and the key for this success will depend on the agreements with international federations to make all competitions qualification for the next Olympic Games. and maximize the quantity of the competitions which will have the status of European Championship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander. And as I said earlier, rest assured that you will have the EOC's full support to help you in every way in the big job you have to do. And we will show a great solidarity. Now I'm going to ask Roman Compost to give us the necessary arrangements for our lunch and when we start back, etc. Roman, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. For a lunch, please follow the same rooms like for your breakfast. That means in the ground floor, the restaurant Primantor and the Dukes. This is even the restaurant close to the lobby bar. And the executive committee members and presidents, of course, IOC members, IOC staff, please follow the restaurant in the floor number 9. Thank you very much. And will you be back according to your wish, Mr. President?
We will be back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. 2:30, 14:30 sharp. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back to the afternoon session. And without further ado, we're going to go into the item EOC commissions, and we will have a report from each chairperson. And the first one is Olympic Games, and I would ask George Catulin to please present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President EOC Patrick Hickey, Secretary General Rafael Paniozzi, Mr. President of Czech Olympic Committee, Mr. Kewal, Executive Board members, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. It's a great honor and at the same time the big responsibility to present to you our annual report commission. Before I start to make a presentation, I would like to remember you, the staff of our commission. And you can see here all the representatives of 13 countries of Europe. And of course, I would like to express my great thanks to all the members of the Commission for their great contribution to the work of the Commission. During the first meeting, our Commission was established a little bit more than 1 year before, at the end of 2014. And at the first meeting, we agree that the main mission of the Commission will be to reviewing, analyzing the challenges, needs, and requirements which NOC meet in the process of preparation and participation in Olympic Games. Based on the Evaluation Commission creates recommendation and presents it to EOC Executive Board and other stakeholders of Olympic movement. Based on the results of survey which was spread among the European NOCs, Olympic Games Commission has determined the following direction of the activity as priority: analyzing, gathering, summarizing the needs of the European NOCs and creation of proposal to Executive Board EOC in order to make influence on IOC, OCOGs, IFs in the matter of the Olympic Games organization. To be an informative body for European NOCs in the specific questions relating to Olympic Games. To help the European NOCs and cities in the bidding process to help the edition of Olympic Games. And to have a direct contact to IOC, ANOCs, OCOGs, and IF. Let me step a little wide to these last 2 points. Number 3, I think we can use this instrument in the underlines with the Agenda 2020 because now we're reforming the process of bidding for the Olympic Games. At the 2024, we have 4 European cities among bidding cities. And if we will use the instrument of Olympic Games Commission, which presents the requirements of the NOCs before including them in the bidding files, we can avoid many of the questions which we will raise today towards the organizing committee of Rio 2016. And the second point, number 4, of course, we are searching very carefully for the job which was doing by Gunilla Lindberg, like representative of ANOC in the Coordination Commission. And this is a great help for the NOCs, and we agree that we will to add each other in our job in order to fulfill all the needs of the NOCs. Thank you very much, Gunilla. The top issues for the NOCs, which was determined like this, you can see in the files. Lack of financial resources, and of course, the help of Olympic Solidarity Office is a big advantage for NOCs in this process. Logistic and transportation, qualification system, accommodation, accreditation, Olympic village conditions, Olympic Games sport program changes, team uniform, anti-doping, opening ceremony, OCOG information, rate card, and complimentary ticket. Of course, it's not all the issues, but I underline this is the main. We have 3 meetings during this year. The first was held in Baku during the General Assembly. The agenda of that meeting was the determination of mission of Commission, main direction of activity, schedule of meeting for the 2015, responsibility of members of Commission, and miscellaneous. The second big meeting was held in the headquarters of NOC Belarus in Minsk on 29th of April 2015. The agenda includes chair's report and discussion, members' intervention on exciting system of preparation for Olympic Games and European NOCs, challenges of Rio 2016, recommendation for executive board, planning of activity, and miscellaneous. And final third meeting was held yesterday because we have prepared this report in absentia, but agree that before I will present it such important audience, the member of the Commission should approve the report. If you remember, at the seminar in Belek, we put some questions to the Rio 2016 in agenda. And with a great satisfaction, I would like to remember you about these questions and show how it was realized during the last times. Sport venue readiness. This is concern was completely closed because we are quite sure that everything will be done in time. Transport system. We have a great progress. We see the new Olympic lines and the new transport system with the metro and trains. Language service and communication. Also great progress because the huge language courses was organized for the volunteers and other staff who is involved in preparation of the Olympic Games. No guest services. Accreditation for ambassadors. Ticket distribution principle for NOCs done. And there is a clear picture how we can to get the part of the tickets, how we can distribute it, and how we can exchange it. Rate catalog. WAPs. The system is clear, and I think it's done. Doping control. We received the anti-doping rules for the 2016, the medical code, the procedure, and during the CDM seminar, we get all the clear explanation how it will work. Athletes, family, friends, tickets system, also done and created. Training venue pass. Much improvement according to the London. Water quality, of course, great progress, but later on I will speak about this problem once more. More accreditation. I already said that we have in additional administrative guest pass, which we can use to work in the Olympic Village for our technical staff, NOC personal driver who can be brought from the own country, P category, additional quantity, additional volunteer. This question is also solved. According to the size of the delegation, we can bring up to 5 own volunteers. NOC rights for advertising also done, because Rule 40 gives us a clear picture how it works. And finally, it's always coming from the country of Benelux, bike using in Olympic Village. It's also successfully solved. But I need to say about the remaining problem needs to be solved in favor of NOCs, according to the opinion which was expressed by the members of Commission. The first thing is water pollution. We fully support the great efforts of Rio 2016 Organizing Committee and Rio Authority in the matter of water quality standards in Guanabara Bay, Lago Rodrigo de Freitas, and Copacabana. But in order to be honest with our athletes and be sure in their future healthy career, the NOC should have access to the water test results. The testing process should be managed on a regular basis with the publication of the results through the available for NOC's channels, extranet, Rio Exchange, etc. According to the opinion of leading world experts, the water testing should include not only bacterial levels control, but the viral determination as well. Besides the water quality, there is one more challenge that is serious for athletes who will compete at the Olympic race course Lago Rodrigo de Freitas, water plants. The following photos gives the full imagination about the situation without any words. You can see how much water plants is in the water. And of course, they pretend to compete in the right way. And to underline the problem, look at the words of the German canoe star Max Hof after testing event. The previous slide, please. The Olympic Games are the most important races for the athletes, and therefore we should have the best external preconditions possible. Next problem, equestrian operations. As you know, the organizing committee provides the accommodation for veterinarians in Olympic Village. The opinion of members of Commission is that veterinaries, physiotherapists, and grooms should be provided accommodation near the horses. They work at the venue, but not in the village. The need of their services can happen at any time and goes on for hours. The solution should be found for this situation. ATO accommodation. The variant of social accommodation suggested by organizing committee in much poorer than conditions provided in Olympic Village. The rooms are teeny and too small for two-person living. The transport from BV4 should have more frequency. The suggestion is BV4 to Olympic Village every 15 minutes at peak times and 30 minutes off peak. BV4 to BRT station, shuttle service 24 hours, 7 days. And of course, the parking space for NOC vehicle can be extremely helpful in the case. NOC drivers. The current 9-hour shift for NOC dedicated vehicle drivers do not match NOC delegation expectation and operation. The possibility of using 2 drivers for each dedicated vehicle raised at NOC CDM seminar do not confirm by Rio 2016 yet. The next, transport. It should be clear evidence that Organizing Committee Rio 2016 will provide a functional transport system. Unfortunately, there are a lot of claims regarding transport service from the teams took part in the test event. Rate card. There is a great demand on the air conditioner and mosquito nets, which still impossible to buy through the rate card. And finally, head of diplomatic mission accreditation. I understand that this is a question not to organizing committee, mainly to IOC, but NOC kindly asked to reconsider the terms and access privilege of head of diplomatic mission accreditation at the Olympic Games. It's really strange that they have no access to events together with a dignitary person whom they should accompany during the Games. And of course, I would like to wish all of us thanks and good luck in Rio. Thank you.
George, please remain in case there are any questions. Have we any questions for George on his report? No? Okay. Thank you, George. Congratulations. We next have marketing and communication with Peter Mennel.
Dear President, dear friends, since the last meeting in November 14, I tried to win new sponsors for the EOC. I especially got in contact with various sponsors of the European Games in Baku, but unfortunately I haven't been successful and able to gain a sponsorship or partnership from this group. But however, I could convince an Austrian company, it's called Bacaldrin, a bread company, of a partnership with the EOC, and we managed to negotiate a sponsorship deal between the company and the EOC. After the first meeting between the EOC and Bacaldrin in Tbilisi in August this year, Bacaldrin presented possibilities of a cooperation to the EOC Executive Board in Tirana in September. Bacaldrin would be willing now to sign a contract with the EOC as a partner for about 150,000 euros a year for the next 5 years, so it would be 750,000 euros. The recommendation of the EOC Marketing and Communication Commission out of the discussion yesterday is to make clear how the money will be used and that there is justified opting out possibilities to the NOCs. If the future new partnership arrives the same, 2 principles shall apply. If there is any objection from the NOC against this partnership, it should be brought up until the end of November, so the company can think about again over the contract. That's my report.
Thank you.
Brief.
Peter, I wish everyone could be like that, Peter. Well done. Any questions for Peter? No. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Next we have Sport for All, Mr. William O'Brien.
Mr. Chairman, President, Czech Olympic Committee, Executive Board members, NOC President, Secretary General, guests, please allow me to report on the Environment and Sport for All Commission. The Commission held its annual meeting on the 31st of March 2015, hosted by the Olympic Council of Ireland at its offices in Olympic House, Howth, County Dublin. In attendance, there's a list of the members present on the report. Please excuse me, but I doubt if I'd get them all correct in the translation. Youth and Sport for All, 2013 Youth and Sport for All. The members consider the merits of the main recommendation of the 2013 Youth and Sport for All Commission to promote a European-wide Fresh Up Fair, possibly over a weekend, to be held in schools, and inviting clubs from the local community to show their wares and canvas for members. The EOC added such, and the EOC adding such or other dedicated Sport for All days or events to the already cluttered calendar of Sport for All events currently promoted by the IOC, NOCs, international federations, national federations and individual country sports organisers. The members concluded that to introduce yet another event to the annual calendar would duplicate the already successful Sport for All days currently operational. The promotion of such event would also be cost prohibitive to the EOC, as it would require a grant aid subsidy to each NOC to support such a day. Sport for All going forward. The members considered the promotion of partnership support between the EOC and other organisations currently conducting Sport for All events, and noted the opportunity provided by the EOC website to promote and support these events. The recommendation is to liaise with the EOC office and website developers to support the promotion of Sport for All programmes of the EU, the NOCs and other EOC sports partners on the EOC website. EYOFs and European Games. The Commission considered the EYOFs and European Games as the flagship of the EOC. As such, Games benefit from a number of years' run-in period of preparations in the host country, and we feel it offers an ideal opportunity to organise and promote Sport for All events during the preparation period. The recommendation, therefore, the Commission to consider with the EYOF and European Games Coordination Commissions Sport for All promotions to be recommended to the Games organisers to be run during the preparation period of such games. The reasoning behind this, it was agreed that organising Sport for All events in the preparation phase could benefit EYOFs and European Games within the host country by highlighting the pending games within the host country national community through the promotion of Sport for All events, and creating greater local awareness and interest in EYOFs and European Games by recognising the achievements of the Sport for All pre-events with an award ceremony for the best overall event organiser to be held during the Games. EOC Games, Environment Protection and Sustainable Development. The Commission discussed the ever-increasing obligation on organisers to include environment protection and sustainable development within the preparation and delivery of sporting competitions. It was agreed that our Commission cannot deliver on such issues through piecemeal events organised during Games, and that the EOC, European Youth Olympic Festivals and European Games are sporting events of such calibre as to require the inclusion of environmental issues within the framework of the bid contracts. The recommendation of the Commission is therefore to meet with the EOC Secretariat, EYOFs and European Games Coordination Commissions to agree a programme of environment and sustainable development issues to include in the bid contracts of further events, and in particular the format and delivery of such a programme within a defined budget. European Games Baku 2015. The Commission considered the upcoming European Games and the possibility of organising an environmental promotion during the same at that late stage. It was decided that an EOC garden could be promoted with at minimum the planting of some seedlings during the Games. It was agreed that Andrzej Krasniqi, who would be in Baku in April of last year, of this year would investigate the possibility. And the recommendation was that we should try and get a nominated athlete from each participating NOC to plant a seedling during the Games. I'm delighted to report that through the dedication and relentless work of Andres, our Commission was successful during the Baku Games in organising, with the help of the Games organisers, a seedling planting event by the NOC's chef de missions at the main stadium venue. On behalf of our Commission and the EOC, I would like to thank Andres and the chef de missions for their participation in this event, and not forgetting the cooperation of the Baku Organising Committee in preparing for the event. And I think there are some photographs there of some of the chef de missions planting the seedlings. Green Games Corner at future EYOFs and European Games. The concept of a Green Games Corner for future EYOFs and European Games was discussed. Our recommendation is that a Green Games Corner information stand to be designed for future EYOFs and European Games based on an IT digital format with promotional information leaflets and gifts for distribution during the course of the Games. Partnership in environment and sustainable development. The Commission should examine the EU and current European Organisation of Environment and Sustainable Development Organisation review to the EOC joining and participating in the broader European discussion, awareness and promotion of partnership in environment issues. And the Commission to prepare with the EOC web designer a dedicated environment and sustainable development section within the EOC website to provide a package of digital information beneficial to NOCs and the organisers of sporting events. Such information is currently available through the IOC and NOC websites and could be developed into the EOC website at moderate costs. That concludes my report on the Environmental and Sport for All Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Any questions for William? No questions. Thank you again, William. And we move on to Olympic culture and legacy, and we have Susanna Racamo. Susanna.
President Higgy, dear sporting friends, let me introduce you to you. So I'm the Vice President of the Finnish Olympic Committee, the silver medalist, world silver medalist in ice dance, European champion, and also 2 times Olympian. I'm first time here, so I want to say that who I am. I have a great pleasure of telling you the greetings from my commission, the culture and legacy. But before I start with my report, I would like to do a selfie with you. That's what the sportsmen are doing today. They are not making anymore the autograph. They're taking selfies. So please wave. Well, you might wonder, why did I do this? But I come back to this in the end of my speech, so you have to listen. So my message today is that the values of the Olympic values are more actual today than actually ever, or maybe even in let's say in a long time, with our world full of conflicts. The refugees, the terrorist attacks, like we heard from the President Bach, he was also concerned on this. But we have to find new means of communicating with the youth of the world. So I have 3 things today that I want to share with you. It's our commission mission, what we've done so far, and what we want to do in the future. our commission met first time in this January in Rome. And since then, we've been discussing by Skype. The first thing what we did, we made a mission statement, and it's like this. We want to discuss with the youth to make the contact between the Olympic values and Olympism and the youth. We feel it's not connected enough at the moment. We chose 3 of the values that the IOC is also using very strongly to wrap up and to tailor all our messages to be consistent. These are excellence, respect, and friendship. We had in January only 1 month to go to the first of the events of the year, so the European Olympic festivals. So we decided to do something that the previous commission had done, to reproduce some materials. So what we did, so where is this? Okay, here. Oops, that went too far. Okay, thanks. So we reproduced the handout with a quiz to start the communication with the athletes. But for the Tbilisi, we had a little bit more time. So we took these ID ribbons and put the 3 values on it. We had an opening in an athlete's guidebook, and there we explained these 3 values. We also reproduced and updated an Olympic guidebook with the great help of Ukraine Olympic Committee. We made 5,000 copies of these, and these copies were delivered to all the athletes and officials in the welcoming bags when they reached the Tbilisi. And this 120-page book is also, I have it with me, so if somebody wants to take a look at it. But these were the first steps what we did, and we wanted to be really active quickly to do something, to learn what can we do. But this is, we can communicate and we can talk about the values, but before we act the values, they are not really relevant. And the next thing, what we want to do is to start acting the values. We feel that there's so much more potential in the Olympic values, what we are utilizing at the moment. Without the brand, without the values in action, I don't think that we are really relevant for the communities of today and not for the youth. So therefore, we want to actually to put the 2020 agenda into reality. So what we heard today, so there is in a 2020 agenda, there's a lot of those things that we get the youth with us. We want to accelerate the message through ambassadors, the athlete ambassadors, because they speak the same language with the athletes. So there's the national ambassadors and there are the event ambassadors, to use them to connect. And the third thing is that we want to get the athletes to be the messengers. So to really are the values, to really drive the values. And there we need the social media, because that's the way the youth today is communicating with their fans, with their friends, and with the communities. And I have a great example here. Last week, Roger Federer was in Finland playing against Jarkko Nieminen, and he posted on his Instagram, followed by 5.5 million people, respect, because Jarkko Nieminen played his last match with his friend Roger Federer. And this is another example. I asked actually three great sailors who are training at the moment in New Zealand, preparing for Rio. They sent their greetings to you. So please. Oh, there's no sound. Can you restart with the sound? Anyways, there is Tapio Nirkko, who was the silver medalist in the pre-Olympic Games. There is Max Salminen, Swedish. Tapio is a Finn. Max is a Swede. They are training together in Auckland. And Max Salminen from London Games, a gold medalist in sailing. So they are together, preparing. And let's see if we get with the voice. Do we get their greetings to you with the voice? We're not.
Hello, I'm Tapio Nirkko from Finland. And I'm Max Salminen from Sweden. We are training here together and preparing for the World Championships here in Takapuna, Auckland, New Zealand. And yeah, we've been training here, and this is one step towards Olympics in Rio 2016. This is the last big regatta for this year. Yeah. So greetings to Prague from here. See you.
So using hashtags, we can create games, we can create movements, we can create actually friendships. And that's what we want to do during the events, to have fun actions that communicates over the borders. Here, a Finn, Swede, and a French. Where is the French one? There's the bronze medalist from the London Games is actually filming this. Jonathan Laubert is sending also his greetings to you. So the athletes are promoting, and they are friends with others, with the athletes from the different countries, and they are the messengers for us to promoting these values. But we have to help them to kind of communicate with the fans. So I need, however, your help to put these three things with my commission together. We want to put the 2020 agenda to life. And of course, we are not doing it. IOC is not doing it. We are doing it all together. We will make the legacy by changing the culture now. And we want to accelerate through the ambassadors, the athletes' ambassadors. And we want to get the athletes to be the messengers. But coming back to the selfie. So you can find the picture at my Twitter account. I'm gonna communicate with my friends and my community that I was here today sharing with you our commission mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Has anybody any questions they would like to ask Susanna? No, thank you again, Susanna. Thank you. So we now have the medical and anti-doping, and we have our own Dr. Klaus.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear President Patrick Hickey, dear friends of the European Olympic family. I'm ready to give a short report about our Medical and Anti-Doping Commission. Here you see our members. We had our meeting just yesterday, and almost everybody could join us, except Emin Ergen, who is very busy professionally, and Kate Walsh, the athletes representative, because she's an active hockey player from Great Britain, and she couldn't join us this time. On our annual meeting, we talked about the report of the Winter European Youth Olympic Festival in Vorarlberg and Liechtenstein, and Norbert Bachel, who was present the whole time and responsible from the medical side, he gave a brief report. And as we know by now, no positive tests from the doping control program. Summer EOV in Tbilisi, in Georgia. Professor Emin Ergen was in Tbilisi the whole time, and he sent us a written report, and also no positive tests at that time. A group of us have been in Baku not only during games time, also before and for several visits. We discussed this report, and I show you on the next slide who was in Baku during games time. As you might have written on the EOC website, there's a report from the WADA Observer Program. If you haven't read it, so please go and see. It's a very positive report, thanks to the colleagues from WADA. And then during WADA time, during Baku time, we worked on a drug usage observation report to WADA, and we had some very interesting outcomes of this observation, and WADA has already reacted on this. Yesterday afternoon, we worked on a recommendation to the EOC Executive Board about sample storage after the European Games and after EOV. So we have a written recommendation, and it's now to the EOC Executive Board, and also to Mark Tyson as a member, as our legal advisor, so that this report, this recommendation will lead to intelligent strategy on storage of doping samples. These are the members who were present in Baku during the European Games. And you see also in second last row, Selin Tekin. Selin was a lady. She came from the Turkish NATO, and thank you very much to the Turkish NOC and to the Turkish NATO that they decided to send us Selin. She was very helpful. Thanks a lot. She was a big support for all of us, and so she brought a lot of knowledge from the WADA, from the NATO system, so it was a pleasure working with her. Mark Tyson, thanks a lot for being ready and helpful all the time if we had legal questions, and he's a very good cooperator in this field. Thank you very much. As I already mentioned, WADA Independent Observer Report, it's published, and thanks to Frédéric Dancet, he is here today. Thanks to Stuart Kemp and Gabriela Adriasu and Tony Cunningham, they visit us during games time almost the whole time, and at the same time we had a wonderful outreach program in the main dining in the village. So it was a very, very good cooperation. We've got some very helpful inputs from these colleagues from WADA, and we are really working closely together. This is my report. Thank you for your attention. Good luck for your teams on the road to Rio, and bring back many medals for the European NOCs. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Klaus. Have we any questions? No questions. And Klaus, I want to thank you personally for the great job you did in Baku, overseeing the whole operation. And it was, you received, and your commission received great praise from WADA, which was well deserved. And thanks to the Turkish NOC for the great assistance. And also the previous speaker thanked the Ukrainian NOC for the provision of the educational booklets, and it's great to see the cooperation and support, and we appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Now we'd ask Diana to please report on the gender equality in sport.
Dear President Patrick Hickey, dear Secretary General, dear colleagues and friends, let me make a short report about the Gender Equality and Sport Commission activities. As you already know, the first Commission meeting took place in Vilnius in March. We approved the following policy: to communicate with sports society why it's important to achieve gender equality in sport. Members of the Commission are the best ambassadors and promoter of the gender equality. Ms. Grudin Morana Polikovic is a very renowned politician and active sport member. Tina Tellman is an expert in the IOC Women in Sport Commission. Tatiana Lebedeva is a very active member of the EOC Athletes Commission. Ineta Radavica is a very active in Latvian sport and social life. She discussed on gender equality matters with the Latvians and European Parliament members from Latvia. Konul Nuralieva was achieved the mission in Baku 2015 European Games. Anastasia Davidova is a director of youth sports school in Moscow in synchronized swimming, and I participate in the international seminars in Poland, Croatia, and Turkey. Second, to encourage and where possible provide education and training opportunities for both genders to future develop their skills and understanding of the gender equality in all areas of sport. Third, on the basis of best practices in Europe and in collaboration with the EOC leaders to develop and implement the IOC gender balance policy. The following proposals and action will help us to implement the Commission's policy. The first proposal was to include men to EOC Gender Equality and Sport Commission. I would like to thank Mr. Hickey and the Executive Board for their support and to present you two new members of the Commission, Andrzej Krasniewski, President of Polish Olympic Committee, and Risto Nieminen, President of Finnish Olympic Committee. The second Commission proposal was to conduct data collection. Data from 19 NOCs about the women and the NOCs and National Sports Federation in decision-making position and administration were received. The NOCs board size approximately is 18 members, and 3 of them are women. 2 NOCs have no women on board. 19 NOCs declare about 1 woman president and 4 women secretary general. Approximately the whole of the NOC's personnel are women, where only 2 women lead the NOC's administration. The third proposal to organize forums and training for sports media. The action, we started discussion with the International Sport Press Association. The fourth proposal to collect and publish best practices of the projects. We received information only from 2 NOCs, Finnish Olympic Committee and Lithuanian. Here's a little mistake because yesterday we received the data from Czech Olympic Committee. The discussion on collaboration was started with European Women in Sport and ENCSO organization. Gender equality is the process of allocating resources, program, and decision-making fairly to both males and females without any discrimination on the basis of sex. Gender equality does not necessarily mean making the same programs and facilities available to both males and females. Women's equal participation in decision-making is not only be a demand for simple justice or democracy, but can also be seen as a necessary condition for women's interests to be taken into account. And without the active participation of women and incorporation of women's perspective at all levels of decision-making, the goals of equality development cannot be achieved. Thank you for your attention and for your support.
Thank you, Diana. Have we any questions for the report? No questions. Thank you again, Diana. So we move on now to European Union, and we will have a report from Mr. Nina Selly, the Chair, and then Volker Helmond. Thank you.
Dear President Pah, dear President Hickey, presidents and guests, it is a great honor for me to stand in front of you today to provide you with a report of my first year as chair of the EOC EU Commission. First, let me stress that the pleasure that we had to meet together with all my colleagues of the EOC EU Commission. Okay. I can only welcome the efforts that they made to facilitate the successful conduct of 2 meetings this year. This is a clear manifestation of our interest and our commitment towards the European Union's activities. And allow me to thank Mr. Volker Helmond and the EOC EU office for their support to the work of our Commission. As chair of our EOC EU Commission, I hosted our first meeting in Dublin in March 2015. It was an inspiring meeting, allowing our members to discover the work of the EOC EU office, as well as to receive first insights on the latest EU developments and activities. During my first speech last year, I set as a priority to maintain and improve the working relationships that we have with the European Union. It is even relevant nowadays with regard to the current discussion on the governance of sport organizations. As you know, good governance is a topic very high on the US agenda, with an expert group on the subject as well as priority of the upcoming Dutch presidency of the EU. In this regard, we organized our second meeting in Brussels, in close cooperation with the EOC EU office, of course. We used this opportunity to meet several EU officials with the aim to express our interest and the interest of the Olympic movement, as well as to make sure that this is clearly understood and taken into the account within EU policies. We notably and valuable exchange of views with Ms. Reichertz, the new Director General of the DG Education and Culture of the European Commission, and Yves Lelostek, head of the Sport Unit of the European Commission, on the recent EU activities. Our Commission also received an update on the ongoing Luxembourg presidency of the EU, with a presentation made by Alexandre Hastings. Luxembourg has identified 3 priorities: signing of the Convention of the Council of Europe on manipulation of sport competitions, reaching conclusion on the promotion of motor skills, physical and sport activities for young children, and redefining the representations of the EU member states in the Foundation Board of WADA. I can assure you that will continue next year the work started in close cooperation with the EOC EU office to strengthen our relationships with European Union. Mr. Volkel, head of the EU office, will now give you the last update on their activities in Brussels. Thank you very much for your attention. The floor is yours, Volker. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nena, for the kind words. Dear President Dr. Bach, dear President Hickey, honored guests and colleagues. First of all, let me start to express all my gratitude to the Czech Olympic Committee, not only for hosting the General Assembly today, but also for having joined the EOC-EU office as a bilateral partner and in September 2014, and for detaching with Jana Janotova, an excellent colleague, to the office. My short intervention will be divided today in 3 parts. I will provide you with some developments on the EOC-EU office. I will give a short analysis on EU and sport, and at the end, I will come with an outlook for next year. Starting with internal changes at the EOC-EU office, at beginning of September, Valentin Capelli replaced Florence Rangion as policy officer, and mid of October, Faustina Csepi from Hungary started as a new office manager. Keeping the high quality of staff is key, not only for providing high quality services to all NOCs, but as well for attracting new and keeping current partners of the office. In this regard, I'm pleased to announce that the European Volleyball Confederation, one of the major team sport federations in Europe, became partner of the EOC-EU office last month. The new president of the Volleyball Federation, Alexander Boricic, is with us today. Let me just express my satisfaction on the new partnership, Mr. President, and be assured that we are looking forward to cooperate closely with you and your staff. Coming to some topics related to sport on European level. President Bach has already raised the topic of good governance in his speech today. The pressure by the European institutions on federations and on Olympic committees to improve the level of governance has increased substantially. The recent examples in football and athletics support the already existing prejudice that the overall level of governance in sport is low. To be quite clear, the launch of the Olympic Agenda 2020 has helped us a lot in the discussions with the European Union. However, in 2016, not only IOC, but all of us have to demonstrate progress regarding the implementation of these recommendations. In this regard, I would like to give you an example. The EOC-EU office has introduced a project on good governance called ZIX, and this project is funded by the European Union and supported by the International Olympic Committee. This online tool not only contains a self-assessment tool, but also provides customized recommendations how to improve your level of good governance. Furthermore, this project is not only contributing directly to the implementation of the Olympic Agenda 2020, but also demonstrates that the EOC is taking good governance seriously. So far, the project is directed to 7 NOCs and national federations, but last week we got the chance to present successfully ZIX to the international federations at their forum in Lausanne as well. Coming to another initiative taken by the Commissioner for Sport, Tibor Navracic, he introduced 2 new high-level groups, one on sports diplomacy and another one on grassroots sport. Together with Paul Schmidt, Danka Batekova, President Hickey has been nominated as a member of this group of sports diplomacy. This group will work on better recognition of sport in foreign policy comparable to education and culture. As co-chair of the high-level group on grassroots sport, the EOC Executive Committee member Niels Nygaard intends to improve the overall conditions for grassroots sport in Europe. The EOC EU office regards the participation of the Olympic movement representatives in both groups as crucial in order to prevent other stakeholders from taking the lead. Coming to opportunities. With annual budgets up to 60 million euro, the Erasmus Sport Program will provide substantial financial means to support European projects in sport. On the 8th of December, the EOC EU office is organizing an EU funding seminar for all NOCs, not only for the EU 28, in order to strengthen their expertise in this regard. So far, 25 NOCs have registered, but feel free still to register, it's still possible. Apart from that, we will work with the cities of Győr and Erzurum to aim at financial support for the next European Youth Olympic Festivals in 2017. Coming to the next topic that is related to the Schengen visa. It's again a topic not related to EU 28, it's related to third countries. The current Schengen visa regulation creates problems for athletes in some sport, such biathlon, where the bulk of events is taking place in the Schengen area. If you compete as just to give you an example, if you compete as a biathlon athlete, you have to stay from at least 100 days in the Schengen area and with training up to 150 days. But the Schengen visa code only allows 90 days. In the still ongoing legislative process, the EOC EU office managed to convince the European Parliament to insert a provision in their report that would allow athletes and their entourage to benefit from a new touring visa that would allow to stay at least 1 year in the Schengen area. The final decision on this touring visa will take most likely next year. But coming as well to weaknesses. What happens if the Olympic movement is not sufficiently represented in Brussels? It's demonstrated by the example of our Athletes Commission. Due to the lack of their visibility in Brussels, there are trade unions and such EU elite athletes or FIFPro that are represented there, and they are more and more regarded as real representatives of the athletes in Europe. Why? Because of their professional structures and available resources, the athlete trade unions are able to attend all meetings, to draft on a regular basis position papers, and even to receive funding for their own EU projects. Needless to say that their position papers very often attack federations and the Olympic movement. I will come to this challenge later on. Coming to threats, please allow me to raise 2 concrete examples, starting with the challenge of the International Skating Union. In June 2014, 2 prominent Dutch speed skaters filed a competition law complaint against the International Skating Union. The EU Commission has opened a formal case last month and will decide on 2 questions. First one, does the International Skating Union have the right to prevent private companies to organize non-authorized skating events? And the second question is, does the International Skating Union have the right to impose sanctions on athletes when participating in these events? Dear friends and colleagues, this case is of utmost importance for sport due to its general character. It will define the future frame for federations to govern their own sport. The second challenge refers to the organization of major sport events. In 2 different council expert groups, the EU member states are discussing guidelines for future hosts. Together with the IOC, the EOC office is an observer in these groups, and we try to make sure that the upcoming requirements will fully take into account the provisions of the Olympic Agenda 2020. Coming to the outlook for 2016. First of all, we see the urgent need to professionalize our athletes' commissions in order to allow them to compete on a level playing field with the athletes' trade unions. At present, professionals are competing with volunteers. First discussions in this regard has already taken place yesterday at the Executive Committee meeting, and I'm quite optimistic that we find a good solution in this regard. And our office will organize a seminar in springtime with representatives of IOC, EOC, and National Athletes Commissions to discuss the challenges in this regard. Second point regards to funding. So far, less than 25% of the funded projects under the Erasmus Sport Program have been submitted by NOCs or by the organized sport in general. This share is by far too low. We should not leave this field in the hand of consultancies and universities. Apart from further training seminars for national Olympic committees, we will aim at 2 objectives. First, a recognition of volunteering as part of the co-financing of this project, and we will ask the European Commission to guarantee a fixed share of funded project by organized sport within the future Erasmus program. Next point regards the new data protection framework. This will most likely adopted under the Dutch EU presidency in the first half of 2016. The new regulation will not provide a sufficient legal basis for sport organizations to transfer sensitive data, for example, in the fight against doping and match fixing. In this regard, we have to push each member state individually to define these topics, the fight against match fixing and doping, as public interest. If we succeed with that, then we would have a sufficient legal basis to deal with this kind of data in the future. The last point, it's coming back to the good governance. We have to ensure that the European institutions acknowledge the efforts made by sport organizations in the field of good governance and in the implementation of the Agenda 2020. And we hope that more national Olympic committees and national federations will use the new tool from our European Union Project 6 in the course of 2016. Let me conclude my presentation by thanking all NOCs we have worked with in 2015 and for the positive feedback we received, for example, on the European Evening of Sport and on other occasions. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Volker. And can I thank the 22 NOCs in the room who are not part of the European Union for listening to us while we discuss the reality is that the mandarins in Brussels, when they make these regulations, it can affect all of Europe. And Volker and his team do an absolutely superb job in keeping it at bay as much as we can over some crazy decisions that come out of that organization. Are there any questions for Volker? We have one over here. I think it's George from Belarus.
It's not a question, it's just a remark. Thank you very much for raising the topic of Schengen visa. If you remember, 3 years ago, I tried to rise up at the General Assembly. You can imagine how difficult for us to operate our management of federation make more than 5,000 visas per year. And it's really a challenge for us to compete in Europe. And just one request, to speed up the process of receiving the tourist visa, not only in biathlon, in every kind of sport in Europe. Thank you.
Okay. Before Volker answers, any more questions for him? No, please, Volker.
Yeah, I can just say that we will do our utmost to speed up the process, but it's not always guaranteed that the European institution will follow our advice.
That's putting it very mildly, Volker. But even though you're banging your head off the wall, you still make great progress, and thank you again. Now, let's move on to the next item before coffee break, and it's our good colleague Sletko Metesha and the National Olympic TV channel.
Well, dear colleagues, Mr. President, me again, but now it will be much shorter, I can tell you. Well, we would just want to show you how Agenda 2020 could be implemented in the real life. After Copenhagen Declaration about media and about new media and the Olympic movement, we start to analyze what is position of Olympic and non-Olympic sports in Croatia, and finally, to make a long story short, this analysis shows that almost 90% of all sports in media are football plus another 4 sports. Anything else almost does not exist. We took in our analysis all channels, free-to-air and pay TV in Croatia, and I have to admit the only exception was Eurosport. They have much broader approach to the winter and summer sports at all. Not to mention under-representation of the different Olympic sports, different disciplines. Just to tell you that, for example, Croatian national rugby team games between one which was broadcast and the second one after that was 10 years. So much about the promotion of rugby. Then gender inequality, no women, no sports achievement of ladies, children and sport, and also Olympic values. We change all of this, and this young man standing behind me is one of the most popular sport journalists in Croatia and a member of the executive board of the Sport Journalists of the World, and he is editor-in-chief of our Croatian national sport TV. He will present you the project, but I have to thank our President Bach and IOC because we were first free-to-air television which are allowed to broadcast IOC archives, which add enormously to the promotion of Olympic values to the children and the younger population. Jura, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. President Bach, Mr. President Hickey, all the presidents of National Olympic Committees, all the general secretaries and members of Olympic family from Europe and all over the world. SPTV, in short, will be like this. My name is Jure Ozmic. As you have heard, I am the editor-in-chief of the television, which started just because of your Olympic Congress in Copenhagen in 2009. After that, Croatian Olympic Committee decided to found a company which had 15 years of concession of national TV station. We are national TV station. We start broadcast at April 4th, 2011 as the first national sports television. We are free-to-air terrestrial television, but also we are on the cables. We are first specialized sports digital television channel in Croatia, and for these numbers, as you can see, we are covering 90.2% of Croatian households which is something like 1.3 million households. We have more than 600,000 channels at all the platforms in Croatia, including our web. You can't see it here, unfortunately, because it is geo-blocked. Our program is, at the moment, 70% of sports and 30% of non-sports programming. We have teletext, and we have a big website. Our policy was, and our business plan was, to take most of the things as outsourcing. We outsource technical equipment, especially OB-vans, legal affairs, financial department, and some operational jobs, including editing, filming, even commentating. It was shown as the best possible way for a startup company, as we still are. Our main goal was a partnership with local TV station and independent production companies, which decreases costs and gives us much quality to our television. Last month, AGM Nielsen in Croatia made announcement that we are most watched sports channel in Croatia, not only terrestrial, but also on the cable, which we are proud of course. We are television for all Croatian sports and athletes, as Mr. Chairman Mateša already says. We try to be a central point for all information in Croatian and international sports. We are sports not only for Olympic, but also for non-Olympic sports, for youth, for the older generation, for everyone. For us, me as editor-in-chief, I don't agree that anyone in my television says there are small and there are big sports. All the sports for us are the same. We promote sports among the youngsters. We have several shows just for youngsters. We had TV shows about cycling, sailing, basketball, football, tennis, futsal, hockey, automotorsport, fitness, young hopefuls, healthy food, extreme sports, etc., which are very, very proud. And most proud, we are on our TV show called Paralympian, which went once a month, and we also get a National Sports Journalist Association award for that TV show. Our numbers are very interesting. We are broadcasting for 56 months. We had 40,500 hours of programming, because we are programming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. We have shown 113 Croatian sports and sport disciplines, which we are very proud of it, because it was a longer than 3 minutes show. We had tell something about all 87 Croatian sports federation. We had in our studio more than 1,500 guests, including Mr. Rog, when he was in Zagreb. Also, the same number we had with our ENG cameras. We had more than 2,000 live or delays broadcasting, which means almost one daily. We have 3,000 magazines until now, which makes 2 daily. And in this moment, I can say that we take over the public role for national TV. Our content in the last 4 years was very different. First of all, we are covering Croatian sport and trying to make Croatian sport to be more visualized than on the other TV stations. So we have national volleyball teams, both men and women. We have a National Football League on our TV, National Handball League, National Basketball League. Also, we have some regional league, which includes water polo, handball, basketball. We have National Futsal League, women, men, and student league. And occasionally, we show Croatian rugby, field hockey, extreme sports, mini football, water polo, national team, ice skating, etc., etc. At the same time, from the European and the world, we get Olympic Games together with national TV station Croatian Television in London. We had Mediterranean Games, Universiade, Athletics World Championships, Ice Hockey World Championships, Rugby World Championships, Formula One, Volvo Ocean Race, Athletic European, and most of Europeans we had. A lot of judo we have, and ATP, WTA tournaments, FINA swimming, etc., etc., etc. Of course, I did not forget. We have also Baku. We don't have sound, but we had Baku, believe me. Before Baku, we had 21,000 minutes of introducing Baku to our viewers. If you have your calculators, it is something like 40 minutes daily of introducing Baku games. And during games, thanks to Manolo and his team, thank you again, Manolo, we have 85 broadcasts live, which was something like 102 hours live broadcasting. We have covered 16 sports in Baku. We had 13 daily highlights, including Croatian and international, 128 hours of rerun, 136 news broadcasting, approximately 7 minutes, so it is something like 16 hours of total program, 5 hours of Baku vignettes, in which Baku was telling their story, which in total is 250 hours of Baku games, or 15.5 hours daily. And when I say all this to you, probably it looks familiar. Of course, it looks familiar. Today you heard of it. Last 11 months you heard of it. If you were in Washington, you heard of it, because it is a part of Olympic Agenda 2020. It was also in Washington on Olympic Channel presentation. Olympic Channel already exists in Croatia, in small, but it exists, and we believe that in global, Olympic Channel can be really good and really the best way to promote you, to promote national Olympic committees, to promote all the sports that you have and that you are thinking it's important to be on the television. Thank you very much for this. It was really a short showing of what we are doing, and if you have any questions, of course, we will ask.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Have we any questions? No questions. Okay, thank you. We'll take a 15-minute coffee break. Thanks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Could everyone please be seated, and we shall commence immediately. Thank you. Now, we are moving on to the section of the European Youth Olympic Festival. And just before we do so, I want to make a little announcement, and that is that he is with us here at the moment. He was at meetings earlier on, and our colleague from the Executive Committee, Sebastian Coe, President of the BOA, was recently elected as President of the International IAAF. And on behalf of you all, I'd like to give him a round of applause. Do you want to say anything, Seb, please?
Thank you very much. It seemed a good idea at the time.
Very good. Very good, Seb. Okay, so to conduct this section of the meeting, I would ask the chairperson of the EYOF, Victor Sanchez from Spain, to come and run this section of the meeting, please. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to present to you this short report about the activities of the EYOF Commission since the last General Assembly. And as it's short, but year 2015 has been very intensive and busy. And I will try to concentrate the most important activities and facts. I would like to thank my 15 fellow colleagues, members of the Commission, as well as the EYOF manager, for their dedication to all activities related to EYOF. A productive annual meeting took place in October in Rome with 100% participation of the Commission members. The EYOF Commission has focused mainly to the following 6 areas. Close cooperation with 2015 and 2017 EYOF organizers, the staging of both winter and summer 2015 EYOF editions, the procedure of bidding for 2021, open communication with various bodies and organizations, and to present our traditional reports, reports from visits, EOC, Executive Committee reports, etc. Here you can see the overview of the main visits, inspections, and meetings that have been carried out in the year 2015, including the inspections visits of all our 4 EYOF coordination commissions, and above all, 2 highlights of this year, winter and summer EYOFs. Apart from the direct cooperation with the organizing committees on the preparation and staging the EYOFs, we work at a planification level in order to assess the EOC Executive Committee in the EYOF issues and its development. Regarding the winter EYOF 2015 in Vorarlberg, Liechtenstein, I have to commend the successful staging of this edition, the first cross-border EYOF edition. You all received the link to the Dropbox folder where you could download the final report of both 2015 EYOFs, winter and summer, and the 2015 Organizing Committee will give their presentation in a while. As for the summer EYOF 2015, the summer, which was successfully hosted by Tbilisi, Georgia, we will hear also the report in a while. I just want to mention that yesterday we had a very fruitful Tbilisi 2015 debriefing session, where also the members of the GR 2017 EYOF Organizing Committee were present, as well as the organizer of the 2019 editions. The debrief is one of the key elements in the EYOF Transfer of Knowledge program. The 2015 Vorarlberg Liechtenstein debrief took place in May at the occasion of the EOC seminar in Belek. In any case, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank both Vorarlberg, Liechtenstein and Tbilisi Organizing Committee, as well as all 3 national Olympic committees for the great organization and all their efforts, dedication and hospitality they put at the disposal of these editions. You were already informed about the swap of the 2017 and 2019 Winter EYOF. Sarajevo and East Sarajevo requested to postpone the organization of the Winter EYOF awarded to them in order to have more time for the preparations and to offer the best conditions for the participants. Erzurum, the Turkish NOC, and the government of Turkey, initially organizer of the 2019 edition, have been very kind in accepting the proposed swap, guaranteeing that they will host the 2017 EYOF edition, winter edition, while Bosnia and Herzegovina will host the 2019 EYOF edition. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the NOC of Turkey and the city of Erzurum for such a decision and for their flexibility. We know that the infrastructure in Erzurum is ready, but we also know how challenging could be delivering such an event in just 1 year of preparation. The EYOF Coordination Commission and the nominated persons of this commission will do, of course, their utmost to help the organizing committee, and I am sure that the Winter EYOF in Turkey will be another successful edition of the EYOF. Next summer, EYOF will be held in Győr, Hungary. We are happy that the organizing committee proceeds well in the preparation, and we can expect a great and very compact event with high level of sports competitions. You got the annual progress report of Győr 2017, and the organizing committee will also give the presentation later today. As a part of my announcement before, Sarajevo and East Sarajevo will host the will swap the organization of 2017-29. We will monitor the preparation very carefully, and I am sure that the swap will benefit both the organizers and the participants' NOCs. The preparation of summer EYOF in Minsk, the capital city of Belarus, are in its initial phase. The organizing committee has been established and the related legal steps have been carried out. The organizing committee will provide the EYOF master plan and the budget by the end of this year. We know that Minsk has an excellent sport infrastructure and will, without any doubt, be a great host of the EYOF. In March 2015, the EOC launched the bidding procedure for the Winter and Summer EYOF 2021. As the President will officially announce, the EYOF Commission registered 2 applications, one for every edition for the 21 EYOF. Now the EYOF Commission will focus mainly to the following activities in the year 2016. The transfer of knowledge process, the close cooperation with the organizers of the next editions, the evaluation of the cooperation with the European Federation at updates at the technical level, agreements with the International Federation for winter editions, the preparation of the necessary documents, and clarification of open points that were identified, discussed and summarized at the EYOF Commission meeting. As a conclusion of my report, I would like to thank to all EYOF Commission members and encourage you, the NOCs, to contact us with your ideas and suggestions about the EYOF, because it is our common project and the feedback from your side is highly appreciated and important for our further work. Thank you very much for your attention. And now, allow me to call to the scene. We will proceed with the presentation of the 12th Winter Edition 2021-22 2015 Vorarlberg-Liechtenstein delegation. The presentation will be made by Mr. Peter Menel, Mr. Leo Kranz, and Mr. Karl Stoss. Please, delegation, the floor is yours.
Dear IOC President Dr. Bach, dear EOC President Patrick Hickey, dear colleagues, it's a real pleasure for me to close the final chapter of the European Youth Olympic Festival in 2015 in Austria and Liechtenstein with this presentation. It's been a long journey, a bit more than 8 years ago, back in 2007, since the first idea came up to organize this with 2 countries together. Nearly 4 years ago, in January 2012, Patrick, I think, or I guess you still remember the ceremony on the rooftop in Innsbruck. We eventually signed the host city contract at the Youth Olympic Games in Innsbruck. That was the moment when the organizing committee was founded and the real work began. And I can tell you, finally, we finished with a surplus, and this surplus will be invested into our young athletes in Liechtenstein and Vorarlberg for their preparation for the next EOVs and JOGs. The presidents of the 2 hosting NOCs, Karl Stoss from Austria and Leo Kranz from Liechtenstein, will take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Dear President, dear colleagues, a dream came true. 8 years ago, some enthusiasts had the idea of an Olympic festival organized by 2 countries. It was something completely new. The big winter sport nation and the tiny little country, Austria and Liechtenstein, decided to bring the European Youth Olympic Festival to the heart of Europe, together. Karl, why did you want to organize the EOF together with Liechtenstein?
It's very simple. As we had never organized an EOF before, it was the best idea ever to discuss the possibility of hosting the event together. In the region of Montafon in Vorarlberg, used to have many excellent winter sports events during the winter season, but recently there was a lack of top events. Therefore, it was the perfect moment to propose to Liechtenstein to consider co-hosting the event. However, Leo, what was the reason for you for this outstanding cooperation?
A small country like Liechtenstein never has the potential to realize a multi-sport event. Even the EOF are too big for us. Nevertheless, in cooperation with a strong and reliable partner, we could go beyond ourselves and we made experiences we never imagined. The Olympic flame and the Olympic spirit came to Liechtenstein and to Vorarlberg. For the first time in history, the Olympic flame was lit in Athens and handed over to 2 nations. The memory still sends a chill down my spine.
So we organized a private plane in order to pick up the Olympic flame in Athens. Peter is not just a world-class Secretary General, he's also a pilot. And he has a professional pilot license, so he took over as captain. There was a lot of excitement at the small airport in Hohenems in Vorarlberg with about 5 camera crews and 20 local journalists. An extent of media they are not used to.
The Olympism builds bridges between nations and can unite people. The common organization of the EOF is the best example. Karl, do you agree?
Absolutely. it's all about working together on an international level. And yes, you underestimate the extra amount of work at first to coordinate such an event. Of course, there are misunderstandings in the beginning. Expectations vary, there are slight differences in culture, and so on. But you start to understand your co-host better and better when you get to know each other. From then on, it's a very special, unique situation and a great feeling. Talking about facts and figures, it was the first time ever that 2 countries hosted such an event. We had a new EOV winter record in participating athletes, a total number of 889 competitors from 45 nations. Another novelty was the national broadcast of the opening ceremony on TV, which lasted for about 90 minutes. 228 medals were produced. Russia won the medal table with a total of 16 medals, 6 gold, 6 silver, and 4 bronze medals, followed by Germany. And Austria was ranked 3rd with a NOC best of 13 medals. 180 media representatives from 22 nations covered the event. About 30,000 spectators were counted on the 5 games days. 29 competitions were held in 8 different sports. New formats were introduced, such as the biathlon mixed and snowboard cross mixed competitions. Although the weather was quite challenging. At first, the temperatures were too high. Then there was a heavy snowfall. We could still manage to provide excellent slopes, jumping hills, and so on. Due to the weather conditions, we also had to adapt the competition's schedule a bit in order to avoid cancellations. Leo, how did you experience the competitions?
Fortunately, I had the possibility to see many competitions, and I could enjoy the high level of the young athletes. Maybe we saw the new Olympians of tomorrow. And I really have to compliment to the people from Austria and Liechtenstein, to the spectators and supporters. They created the unbelievable atmosphere. As an organization committee member, I am personally delighted about the excellent feedback of the athletes, the coaches, and all officials. It was possible because 2 countries worked closely together. Karl, do you think that the EOF brought our 2 nations closer together?
For sure. We are becoming best friends. A total of 430,000 hits were counted on the official website. Approximately 60 video clips were produced with more than 500,000 views on Facebook. Here are some facts about the event, some media figures. Austrian TV, Austrian Broadcasting Company, broadcasted the event on 32 programs with a total transmission time of more than 6 hours. The best TV ratings were reached on Wednesday, the 28th of January, in the daily TV sports news on ORF1 with 1.1 million viewers. EOV headlines made it to 52 cover pages. Regional media partner Vorarlberger Nachrichten covered the event in 131 stories. Radio Vorarlberg had a total of 83 live transmissions during the festival.
The inclusion of our local schools were an important factor for the success of the EOF 2015. We wanted to create an authentic festival from young people to young people. Moreover, I'm convinced that we achieved our goal. More than 2,000 students were involved in many different programs. Students designed our mascot, they organized the torch relay, and they took part in an art competition. Do you think that the EOF 2015 left other marks, like those mentioned?
Yes, and His Serene Highness Prince Albert also paid a visit to the EOF, but I think the main reason was to watch his niece competing in the girls' figure skating competition and moreover promoting his charity project, the Care Square.
Allow me a brief look back. Sometimes it is not all about sport. It is also about emotions, atmosphere, relationship, and get together. We worked hard, but we also celebrated with our friends from all over Europe.
Hired for success, 30 full-time working staff were part of the organizing committee. During the event, a total of 1,200 volunteers made the EOF happen. Finally, we would like to thank all the persons, namely Philip and his team, who were involved in the 12th edition of Winter EOF 2015. Many, many thanks. You might all remember our event slogan, "We rock the Alps." I guess we can truly say, yes, we did rock the Alps.
We would also thank the President and the EOC Board and you, dear colleagues, for the confidence you have placed in us.
Vierte,
servus,
grüß dich.
goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you 2017.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation. Before closing this presentation of the winter edition for Albert Liechtenstein, we request the presence of the EOC Coordination Commission, Mr. Giuseppe Gianfreda, the chairman of the commission.
Thank you and good evening. They spoke in a so good way, and they said 90%, but I want to remember that from the very beginning we had to consider potential big difficulties for Albert Montafon, with two countries with different legal and cost situation, different currency, but the organizing committee demonstrated team spirit, organizational skills and experience at national and international level. In 2011, Liechtenstein organized for the second time the Games of the Small States, and Austria in 2012 in Innsbruck, the first edition of the Winter Youth Olympic Games. Thanks to the spirit of friendship and the will to do well and better demonstrated by the two National Olympic Committees, this event was a great success. Exactly the element that everyone feared, namely the organization of the event supported by two different Olympic committees, was instead the key to a good result. We appreciate the cooperation and the continuing contact between the organizing committee staff and the coordination commission, and allow me to thank all the members and the EOF manager. The professionalism, but also the hospitality allowed them to work with competence, education, and modesty, always ready to solve all the instances from the different NOC, and ensuring and providing all the young participants with the right emotion that the young people expected. The organizing committee was composed by a small group of employers, but all of them able to host and manage with about 3,000 people. All the technical delegates designated for the event by the International Federation have expressed at the end of the competition week their satisfaction for the high organizational level of the facilities, the technical level of the athletes involved, and for the general organizational setting realized by the organizing committee. We would like to thank them for their expertise and for the spirit of cooperation they demonstrate in the week. All the technical program, like it was just said before, was completed despite adverse weather conditions, and this one was possible thanks to the great cooperation with the Weather Forecast Office, with the technical delegates, the Coordination Commission, and the venue manager. All the sport competitions were carried out by local sport clubs and were held in according to rules of the International Federation. Every venue had its own race office, sport info desk, team captains meeting space. In every venue were guaranteed timing results, info point, equipment, storage, vaccine cabin, transport, parking, security, medical service, international technologies and ceremonies. The creation of some brand new structures or venues of very high level and the renovation of other venues will remain for the local youth sports for years to come. I want to once again thank the Knox of Austria and Liechtenstein to the dedication and commitment shown for young EOV athletes. I hope that others can completely understand the good things done in the Valley of Vorarlberg and will try to copy and emulate it. Someone has already begun to be inspired, beginning from the slogan, from Rock the Alp in Montafon to Rocking the Yog in Lillehammer. Compliment, good luck, and thanks again.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. This concludes the presentation of Vorarlberg Liechtenstein. Thank you very much for this outstanding presentation of an astounding edition of the EOV. We move now, with your permission, to the other edition held during this year, the 13th Summer Edition 2015 in Tbilisi, Georgia. The final report of the organizing committee will be presented by Ms. Tamuna Kapanadze, Head of NOC Services. Please, Tamuna.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, dear distinguished guests. First of all, let me introduce members of our delegation. Alexei Akhlodiani, chair of the organizing committee, Vadim Akhmadiev, our sports manager, Zurab Tuski, our ICT manager, and myself, Tamuna Kapanadze, head of the NOC Services and International Relations. And it is a great honor for me to make a final presentation on behalf of the European Youth Olympic Festival Tbilisi 2015. So this is a short history of Tbilisi 2015. The key date for us was 27th of November 2010, when during a 39th EOC General Assembly in Belgrade, Tbilisi has got an honor to organize 13th European Youth Olympic Festival. 3 months after the signing of the host city contract, EOV Tbilisi 2015 Organizing Committee has been established. Government Commission headed by the Prime Minister of Georgia was establishing close collaboration with Government of Georgia, City Municipality, and Georgian NOC. With Step to the Future as its slogan, Tbilisi 2015 Organizing Committee made all its efforts to create all necessary conditions for athletes and officials, as well as for the distinguished guests, to offer comprehensive and satisfying services. EOV Tbilisi 2015 has differed from previous editions, as for the first time of the history there were 50 participating nations, as Kosovo has joined the Olympic family. Based on the experience from the previous summer EOVs, for the first time the 6th competition day format has been implemented in Tbilisi. For the first time, all European NOCs participating in Tbilisi 2015, they were released from paying participation fee. Here are the figures of the NOC delegations participating in EOV Tbilisi 2015. In total, there were 3,380 persons, including athletes, officials, chefs de missions and their deputies, as well as NOC media representatives and general officials. Next slide shows the number of international VIP guests. As you can see, we had 95 VIP guests from NOCs and 42 guests from IOC, EOC, and European federations. In total, there were 176 guests. Here is the overview of the budget in euros. The total amount is up to 40 million euros, but note that the cost of the infrastructure is also included in this chart. Regarding sport, as you know, there were 6 newly built and 5 renovated venues used during the festival. Athletics competitions were held on newly built athletics stadium with a seat capacity of 3,000. In total, 540 athletes and 141 team officials took part in the athletics competitions. Basketball boys competitions were held in Sport Palace with the seat capacity of 8,527, while girls competitions were held in Ware Basketball Palace with the seat capacity of 2,254, which was specially renovated for our event. 191 athletes and 38 team officials took part in the competitions. In cycling, time trial race was held on King David Ermashenebeli Avenue, while road race was held around Tbilisi Sea. In total, 172 athletes and 70 team officials took part. Artistic gymnastics competitions were held on newly built gymnastics venue with the seat capacity of 1,294. In total, 164 athletes and 93 team officials participated. Handball competitions were held at newly constructed handball venue with 2 halls and total seat capacity of 3,300. Judo competitions were held in renovated Judo Academy with a seat capacity of 850. In total, 309 athletes and 73 officials participated in Judo competitions. Swimming competitions was organized on newly built swimming pool with seat capacity of 3,000. In total, 402 athletes and 98 officials took part. Tennis competitions took place on newly built Missouri tennis courts with seat capacity of 700, 9 outdoor and 2 indoor courts. 125 athletes and 52 officials participated. Volleyball competitions was held on new volleyball venue with 2 playing courts for boys and girls competitions, and total capacity of both halls is 1,800 seats. It gives us great pleasure to outline that all above-mentioned competition venues were very crowded, and it proved the great interest from the population side to the festival and to the sport events. Here you can see the 10 nations in medal rankings during EOV Tbilisi 2015. As you can see, Russia won most of the medals, followed by Italy, France, Hungary, and so on. Our arrival departure team has planned all the services to provide warm and friendly welcome to all visitors. Our staff members and volunteers work during 24 hours and serve to all groups of the festival, including announced delegations, judges and referees, technical officials, and VIP guests, as well as media representatives. Our team ensured special services in case of lost luggage as well. Delegations started to arrive to Tbilisi from 22nd of July, and 38 chefs de missions arrived prior to the delegation. Most part of the delegation arrived on 25th of July. As for the departure, official departure date was 2nd of August, and most of the part of the delegation departed on this date. EOV Tbilisi 2015 accommodation team has ensured services for the festival guests in Athletes Village and EOC Family Hotel, as well as other official hotels. NOC delegations were offered well-located and comfortable lodging at the Athletes Village, which was specially built for the festival. Athletes Village provided high-level accommodation services, a dining hall, transport mall, fitness and swimming pool, Wi-Fi coverage, polyclinic, banking ATM services, fan zone, and other. Here are some figures from the accommodation. In total, 3,380 NOC delegation members were accommodated at the Athletes Village. An organizing committee has carefully selected hotels with comfortable location and conditions for VIP guests, media representatives, and technical officials. There were 7 official hotels, including EOC Family Hotel, and rooms were booked for more than 400 guests. In total, 28,400 room nights were spent in Tbilisi during the festival. EOV Tbilisi 2015 Accreditation Department has ensured services for the festival participants, including registration and sport entries. We had main accreditation center located at the Athletes Village, as well as 3 sub-centers for VIPs, media, and technical officials. Here you can see the chart of all accredited groups during EOV Tbilisi 2015, and in total over 10,000 accreditation cards were distributed. Now we are going to the catering. Our catering department has provided services at the Athletes Village Dining Hall, also at all venues for VIPs, volunteers, and technical officials. Furthermore, there more than 34,000 lunch boxes were distributed according to the requests. Major goal for the transportation team was to plan and ensure smooth services for all accredited categories. Services included arrival and departure transfers, transportation between athletes' village and all venues, dedicated service for team sports and VIPs. Our team was flexible to the unforeseen changes in the schedule and some delays in order to meet requirements of the athletes and delegations. On this slide, you can see the number of vehicles used during the festival. Here you can see the number of ICT hardware used during the festival. Our IT team has provided Tbilisi 2015 webpage support, official mobile application and Wi-Fi coverage. Noteworthy is that effective live scoring system was running during the festival, initiated by our ICT team. It's not a secret for all of us that volunteers are playing one of the most important roles for the success of the festival. Volunteering in Georgia was quite new, but there was a huge interest among young generation and not only. In total, we had about 7,000 registered applicants, and after tough trainings, 1,920 volunteers were selected for the festival. Age of the volunteers varied between 16 to 74. Together with locals, we also had international volunteers from United States, Russia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Austria, and Netherlands. Opening ceremony was held on 26th of July in Lokomotiv Stadium. There was a huge interest from the side of the population and the stadium was full, and the ceremony was live broadcasted throughout the country. We were very glad to have among spectators not only local but also over 700 foreign guests, including families and friends. The closing ceremony was held on 1st of August in Athletes Village, and our ceremonies team made its utmost in order to organize the most memorable ceremonies for all spectators. Here you can see our mascot, Piki, and our slogan, Step to the Future. And this type of sport events can be evaluated by the legacy they are leaving to the country. And in our case, Tbilisi 2015 has left a huge. Our country had a great possibility to present its culture among all the European nations. Sport infrastructure has been renovated and will be used in future for further international events. Olympic values and sport in general was greatly promoted among the young generation of the country. Strong volunteering institute has been established and the country has gained experienced multi-profile specialists. Lighting ceremony was held in Athens following the 2-month journey on the whole territory of Georgia, involving 700 torchbearers and 67 cities. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the European Olympic Committees for the opportunity to organize such event in our country, all participating 50 NOCs for their collaboration. And I would like to thank to our technical delegates and especially to our coordination commission for their invaluable support. Now you can enjoy the short video, and I believe that it will bring us back unforgettable memories of 13th European Youth Olympic Festival. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tamuna, for this excellent and comprehensive presentation. And to complete the information on Tbilisi, you will receive now the report from the chairman of the Coordination Commission, Mr. Joseph Liba.
Mr. President Bach, President Hickey, dear colleagues, after seeing such a comprehensive presentation, please allow me to give you some facts from the side of Coordination Commission. Our Coordination Commission was composed of George Visacki, NOC of Serbia, Stratos Karetos from the NOC of Greece, Emin Ergen, medical representative from the NOC of Turkey, Katerina Nichova, EOC EYF manager, and myself as a chairman of the Commission. During the festival, we have received an ad hoc support from Marlis Poli from the NOC of Luxembourg, and of course, Victor Sanchez, EYF Commission Chairman. Our relationship with the organizing committee of 2015 EYF in Tbilisi was established 4 years ago. And during this period, we have completed 10 Coordination Commission visits and another 10 working meetings and educational lectures in Tbilisi. I must say it was a fantastic journey and a pleasure to be part of the new developing sports structure in the country and to bring a new country on a map of multi-sport event organizers. EYF in Tbilisi was record-breaking in many aspects. The most participating countries, 50, the most ever athletes participation, new events for girls in judo, new format, etc., etc. Over the years of preparation, EYF manager and the organizing committee has established an excellent relationship with all 9 European sports federations involved. We receive a great support from our technical delegates and supporting staff from European federations before and during EYF. Feedback received from the participating NOCs was very positive. They appreciated well-organized athletes' village, new sports venues, and friendly atmosphere with always smiling volunteers. To complete our task as a coordination commission, we organized a debriefing meeting yesterday. Meeting was open to the representative of the future organizing committees from the EYF 2017 in Hungary and 2019 Minsk in Belarus as well. Part of the meeting was transfer of knowledge to our Hungarian friends and collection of all relevant documents for the archive of the EOC. On the end, I would like to thank to the government of Georgia and the NOC of Georgia for the great and continuous support. I would like to thank you to my colleagues from the Coordination Commission, Georgi, Stratos, Emin, of course to EYF manager, Katerina. And I would like to thank you to the EOC for giving me the chance to be the chairman of the Coordination Commission in Tbilisi. Also, I would like to thank to my great friend from the organizing committee, to Alexi, to Vadim, Zurab, Tamuna, Salome, Emzar, Larry, Rusiko, and many others from the organizing committee for their hard work and friendship. And I would like to finish by saying that the motto of the EYF in Tbilisi was step to the future. And I really must say that Georgia did really step to the sport future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. This concludes the presentation on the current year editions of EYF. And we move now to the future editions, and we start for the 14th summer edition in Jor in 2017. The progress report will be, on behalf of the organizing committee, will be presented by Mr. David Fekete, Vice Mayor of Jor. Please.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. President Bach, dear Mr. President Hickey, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is David Fekete. I'm the Deputy of Mayor of the City of Győr, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here tonight and to give you some information about the 2017 EYF organized in Hungary, in Győr. But first of all, please have a look at our film. So to sum up, we are ready for the EOV. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me to give you some information about our city. Győr lies in the innovative region bordered by the cities Vienna, Bratislava and Budapest, and in the center of the West Transdanubian region. From transport geographical view, Győr can be approached through the Gönyű International Port, through the Pér International Airport, through the main railway of Vienna-Budapest, on several main roads, and through the highway M1. The meeting of rivers, the crossing of roads, the hospitality of Hungarian people, the useful verve and the excitement of the renowned city. This is Győr, the city of meetings. Győr is the sixth biggest settlement of Hungary and is home for more than 130,000 people. The attraction of Győr is that regarding its industry, it is a dynamically developing city. But much more than that. Cultural life, outstanding sport events, spa, wonderful sacral and profane relics, as well as the inviting streets and terraces of the downtown, make it whole and develop it to a really pulsating European city. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Hungary defined sport as an emphasized strategic sector in the program of national cooperation. Our common aim is that Hungary should not only be a sport nation, but also a nation that actively doing sports, and it should be the host country of more and more international sport events of great importance, like the 2024 Summer Olympic Games. The graph below displays the organizational structure of the organizer, municipality of the city of Győr, and the cooperating Hungarian Olympic Committee. The organizing committee involves a group of experts and technical delegates to guarantee the exchange of necessary resources, knowledge, and experience. We are in a lucky situation because Mr. Zsolt Borkai, the president of the Hungarian Olympic Committee and the mayor of the city of Győr, is the president of the organizing committee as well. He's an Olympic champion in pommel horse, as you know. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee is continuously being expanded. We are recruiting new members and volunteers as well. In spring this year, the city of Győr and the Széchenyi István University of Győr made a research about volunteering according to the following points: motivation, recruiting and selection, education, and logistics at the event. Based on these results, the organizing committee of Győr is willing to recruit about 1,200 volunteers. The European Olympic Festival in Győr will encompass in total 8 competition venues and 6 training venues, all of the highest standards to serve the athletes. All the venues are located within maximum 20 minutes distance from the athletes' village. Most venues are very close to each other within a walking distance. Our goal is to organize a very compact event. After the festival, the venues will be used for holding numerous competitions and trainings, actively serving the future generations. The decision about the athletes' village is under preparation. According to a signed contract, one of the villages will consist of 200 apartments, which will be the athletes' home during the festival. For the remaining number of athletes, several options have been elaborated, mainly accommodating them in dormitories and youth hostels. The final decision will be taken in January next year. Accommodation for VIPs, guests, sport officials, media will be offered at the hotels in the city. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some new facilities. For example, Audi Arena Győr, Aqua Sports Center, and University Basketball Hall. The Audi Arena Győr was built together with the already existing Magvasi Mihály Sports Hall. Thus, a 16,000 square meters big center was established with more than 1,000 parking places. The multifunctional facility will be the handball competition and training venue, also for boys and girls. The Audi Arena Győr was finished last year and serves not only sport, but it is also a brand new place for cultural events. The Aqua Sports Center was also built last year, and the construction of the warm-up pool started this year. At the Széchenyi István University area, near the University Hall, a new basketball hall has been built and will host the boys' basketball competitions. The Radnóti Street Sports Stadium is going to be a totally new venue for 4 competitions, including gymnastics, athletics, judo, and tennis. The stadium will be used for trainings as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the other preparations in connection with the transport, catering, security, medical services, and so on are proceeding well. You can find details in our progress report. The goal of the organizing committee was to establish venues for competitions, trainings, accommodation, catering that are all easy to reach in order to serve the athletes' convenience as much as possible. The communication and promotion of the first ever Olympic event to take place in Hungary is continuous. Within the scope of the communication campaign, radio stations, television channels, and newspapers are working on the promotion countrywide. Our mascot, Hugo, is participating in every important event of the city and is already one of the most famous and beloved pets for the inhabitants of Győr. We are working on a roadshow directed to schools so that we can involve as many young students as possible in the event. Ladies and gentlemen, the sponsorship plan is reaching its final status. The meeting with some possible media partners has already happened. Our website is operating, and it has more and more visitors who are interested in the event. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to get in touch with us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fekete. To complete this report, now you will receive the information from the Coordination Commission led by the chairman, Mr. Joseph Casar.
Mr. President, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, I'm very pleased to have been nominated as the chairman of the Coordination Commission. And the Coordination Commission paid already a visit to Győr between the 24th and the 26th September. The overall impression is that these will be very good and well-organized games. These will be actually the first Olympic event which will be hosted in Hungary. EOV 2017 has to serve and will serve as a forerunner for the 2024 Olympic Games, because in 2017 the decision of the host country will be taken. So the organizing committee is very well aware of the great responsibility that they have towards their country. As you heard in the report, these games will be very compact games. The distances are really very short. Most of them will be walking distance. We are very happy to note that the NOC is fully involved in the organizing committee. The collaboration between the NOC and the mayor, which is the same person, is obvious, but it is making things so much easier and positive. The organizing committee, most of the heads and the people have already been identified, and a lot of work has already been done. In fact, during our meeting, we had presentations from almost all the departments, and the progress when we are less than 2 years before the Games was impressive. We are also very happy about the financial support which both the state and the city are giving to EOV. And I can tell you that Győr is a very quaint city, and the feeling of EOV and the colors are already felt. A lot of merchandising is already on sale and visible throughout. Of course, there are challenges. As we heard in your report, there are 4 venues which still have to be completely built. But I can tell you also that the ones that are already built are world-class level. One of the biggest challenges for us is the athletes' village. We know how important, how vital the athletes' village is. We are aware that a decision will be taken or has to be taken in January 2016, and we will follow and assist this decision as best as we can, keeping in our minds your athletes. This edition will also comprise of 10 events, which will include the canoe and kayak. I have to thank my Coordination Commission members, which are Georgi Vizacki and Emmanuel Casadides, Manolis, and of course Katarina, and thank the organizing committee for their professional way in which our visit was organized and their great hospitality. We wish them good luck, and we will be following what you are doing.
Thank you very much, Joe. Mr. President, this concludes the presentation of the summer edition, the 14th summer edition in GR 2017. And now I would like to give you back the floor to announce the 2021 EYOF applicants.
Thank you, Victor. But I prefer if you stay in the chair and you proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As it was announced, it was sound during my presentation, there are two candidates, two applicant cities, one for the winter edition in 2021, which is Vuokatti in Finland, and one candidate, one applicant city for the summer edition, which is Košice in Slovakia. So both of them are the only candidates, and both of them, with your permission, Mr. President, will become officially candidates. Thank you very much. We know that it's not the time of the election. In fact, it's not the time of the election, but the time of announcing the reception of both bids. The election will be held next year, the official election next year at the General Assembly. We move to the last point of the last issue on EYOF, and as it was announced, the swap between these two winter cities organizers in 2017 and 2019, it is necessary to update the host city contract already signed, and so we will do immediately. And first of all, we will call to this table here the delegation of Erzurum, Professor Dr. Urgur Erdener, President of the NOC of Turkey, Mr. Kamuran Özden, Deputy Undersecretary of the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Turkey, and Mr. Mehmet Segmen, Metropolitan Mayor of Erzurum, as well as the President and the Secretary General of the EOC, Mr. Patrick Hickey and Mr. Raffaele Pagnozzi, to sign the contract, the addendum to the contract. This This signature will be followed by the official handover of the EOC flag to the city of Erzurum by the President of the European Olympic Committees, Mr. Patrick Hickey.
To say a few words
before the presentation with a gift from the mayor.
Okay.
Now there is a presentation from the mayor to the president of the European Olympic Committees. And also the mayor would like to address a few words to this distinguished General Assembly.
Dear President of OC, Mr. Ba. Dear President of EOC, Mr. Hickey. Dear Olympic Committee members, the city of Erzurum has already world-class facilities, hotels and athletes village in place, with Erzurum's stunning Palandöken mountain range. We are looking forward to welcoming you and your athletes to Erzurum in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Sekmen, Mayor of Erzurum, and to all the delegation of Erzurum. Good luck in your preparation for the next EYOF Winter Edition. Now we will proceed immediately, yes, please, proceed immediately with the addendum of the contract, the signature of the addendum for the contract of Sarajevo and East Sarajevo. Please, Mr. Marijan Vesic, President of the NOC of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Nena Samardija, Mayor of East Sarajevo, and Mr. Ranko Čović, Deputy Mayor of Sarajevo, you are kindly requested to come to this table to sign the amendment. Mariam. Mariam. Thank you very much to the delegation of Sarajevo and East Sarajevo and to the National Olympic Committee of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This concludes this ceremony. The contracts are updated, and good luck in the preparation of the 2019 EOV. Mr. President, IOC President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this concludes this block of EOV. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. And there was a nice ceremony, and I would like to say a very special thank you to the two NOCs of Turkey and Bosnia-Herzegovina for this arrangement that we have entered into, because it was difficult in the early days, and it showed again the great cooperation between the European Olympic family, that we were able to make this switch that has now worked out so well for everybody. So we come to the next item on the agenda, which is the Virat Nuruski Prize for the Best European Young Athlete. And while I'm saying a few words about this, would the auditors who will act as scrutineers please get ready and prepare them yourselves. Lino, you will be the head of this group, and you'll be assisted by our external auditor, Jason McGrath. The award was created in 2010, and it's to remember a dear friend of our association and a great man of Olympism, and that was Piotr Narowski, late president of the Polish Olympic Committee and a member of the EOC Executive Committee, who passed away tragically in a plane accident in 2010. Through his example and memory, we encourage young athletes to pursue a career in top sport, as well as inspire future generations to adopt a healthy lifestyle based on Olympic values and principles. In choosing the candidate, the NOC and the National Athletes Commission, they take into consideration performance achieved by the young athlete during the EYOF winter and or summer events or Olympic Games, his or her performance in national, regional or world championships, and his or her particular valuable behaviour, action or conduct in the fields of fair play, Olympic culture, values and friendship. So today we are celebrating the 5th edition of this award. The winner will receive a trophy, a training scholarship of €12,000, and the other 4 athletes nominated also receive a trophy. For the future, the Executive Committee have unanimously agreed that it was more fair to have 2 best athletes, one for summer sports and one for winter sports. So for the next edition, the NOCs will be able to put forward 2 names. So this afternoon, based on the candidatures and the short list we received from each NOC, you will be asked to choose your best athlete and select the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. A short presentation of each young athlete has been distributed and is in front of you at the moment. So there is no need for me to go through each athlete and the details. You all have it in front of you. We had hoped to have all the 5 athletes here today, but due to lots of reasons, training reasons, qualification for games reasons, one is injured, etc., etc., it was not possible to have them all present. Only one was able to be present. So, however, we decided to proceed with a vote, as it's the only fair way to do it. And our auditors will be in charge of this process. A ballot paper will now be distributed to each NOC delegation, and each NOC has 1 vote. So, Lino, would you please come with your team and start the procedure? And we will distribute the votes, and then while they are being counted, we will have the last item on the agenda, the Games of the Small States of Europe. which was held in Iceland. But first we will distribute the ballot papers. And I presume the ballot box is somewhere to be seen here, yes, in an open and transparent manner. Okay, Lino, please. Here, you can use that one.
Okay, I shall be reading out the names, and George and Aldons will be distributing. Not exactly in alphabetical order, but we thought we'd carry more like this. So, Albania, okay, Greece, Austria, Albania, Azerbaijan, Andorra, Belarus, Armenia, Belgium. Bosnia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Denmark, Croatia, Estonia, Finland, Germany, France, Great Britain, Georgia, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Latvia, Israel, Liechtenstein, Italy, Lithuania, Kosovo, Luxembourg, Firo, Malta, the Netherlands, Republic of Moldova, Norway, Monaco, Poland, Montenegro, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Russian Federation, Slovakia, San Marino, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, Turkey. All the countries should have a vote. Is there any country which, for some reason, has been missed out? Sí. Turkey.
Has everybody received a ballot paper? If not, can you please indicate this now? There is someone here, Lino, on our right-hand side. Malta, is it?
No, Malta I read out. I definitely read out Malta.
Please use the microphone, whoever did not receive.
They want to change their vote? Oh, they want a new sheet? All right. Sorry.
Now, Lino Colla, would you ask each NOC to come and deposit their vote in the ballot box, please?
Now we will proceed strictly alphabetical, because we don't need to collect. So Albania and Greece. Greece, Albania. Andorra, Armenia, which are not present, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Belgium, Bosnia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Great Britain, Hungary, he's coming. Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Fyrom, Fyrom. Fyrom. Okay. Republic of Moldova, Monaco, Montenegro, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russian Federation, San Marino, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, okay. Can we withdraw, Mr. President?
Thank you, Lino. You can, with the scrutineers, take the ballot box, and the external auditor will supervise with you. And they're going to a room directly opposite this hall, and any of the NOC delegation are free to go and watch the count if you so wish. We want to be absolutely sure it's open and clear. So, while we're waiting on that result, we're going to have now the presentation from the Games of the Small States of Europe, which were held in Iceland from the 1st to the 6th of June this year. So could I have Iceland, please, when you're ready?
Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, the 16th Games of the Small States of Europe were held in Reykjavik for the second time last summer. The Games were organized in good cooperation between the NOC of Iceland, the Icelandic government, the city of Reykjavik, and the Reykjavik Sports Union, who all had members in the organizing committee of the Games. Last but not least, we also have the 10 national federations involved. The Games of the Small... Oh. Sorry about this. This was a technical mistake. Never happen again. The Games of the Small States of Europe are very important for the member states, as they provide an opportunity for athletes to come together, not only to compete against each other, but also to share the cultural experience and strengthen friendship between the countries. And here you can see the small states of Europe. The program of the Games included 8 individual sports and 3 team sports. For the first time, golf was now on the sports program of the Games. The Games' main location was in Laugardalur Sports Center in the heart of Reykjavik. One of the uniqueness of the Games was the short distance between majority of the competition sites, accommodation, and the dining hall. And here you have the key figures. We had 1,200 volunteers, and our volunteering program turned out to be a great success. The Games had high public profile. The Icelandic national television had 6 live broadcasts from the Games, including the opening ceremony. Also, they had TV program every evening the whole week, documenting the highlights of the day. The opening ceremony was held 1st of June in Laugardalur Sports Hall. The GSSE 2015 was officially declared open by the Icelandic President, Mr. Ólafur Ragnar Grímsson. And here we have our distinguished guests. The theme of the GSSE 2015 was natural power, referring to the power of the Icelandic nature, but also the power of sports and within the athletes themselves. And this was the logo for the Games. This is our mascot, Blossi. Naming contest was held amongst 140 schools in Iceland, and the name Blossi was chosen. He was very popular and still is. I had to show you the medal table. We were very successful, and many national records were broken. Youth educational program was run right before, during, and after the Games, promoting the value of sports and the Olympic movement. Over 500 school children attended events through the educational program. I have to show you the catering center. The skating area, or the ice hockey hall, was transformed into a Michelin restaurant. And we served around 3,000 meals each day. We are now making a documentary film to preserve the legacy of the 16th edition of the Games of the Small States of Europe. The plan is to make the documentary available online, so you can all see it, with English subtitles for you that don't understand Icelandic. And during the Games, we had the General Assembly of the Games of the Small States of Europe, and that was held the first day of the Games. And also informal conference of sport ministers of the small states, and the presidents of the NOCs attended the conference. The evening of the last day, the 6th of June, we had the closing ceremony in a beautiful weather, and we hand over the flag to San Marino, and they will be held in May, at the end of May and the beginning of June 2017, and then again in 2019 in Montenegro. And hopefully now you will see a very short video from the Games.
Thank you very much, Iceland, and congratulations on the running of a great games. Now, we're just finishing. The vote will not be known until tonight at the dinner when the magic envelope will be opened and the winner will be declared. So you will all be in suspense for this. Now I'm going to pass over to Roman, who will give you the instructions for this evening. According to the program, we stick with it. We start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Roman, you have the floor for this evening's housekeeping arrangements.
Thank you, Mr. President. I came to the podium that you can see me better. I have two information for you. Our organization staff asked me to inform you about sightseeing tomorrow. Who is interested to go for the sightseeing, to please go to the information desk and book one of the 3 possible sightseeing tomorrows. And the sightseeing tours start at 3 p.m. tomorrow after the lunch. According to dinner tonight, please, we are on the Prague Castle and the Spanish Hall. We are limited with the 400 places, because this is the highest limit of the Spanish Hall, and we have distributed already all 400 invitations. So Prague Castle Protocol asked us to help with the control because of the organization reason and because of the security reason. I would like to ask you to go to come in the lobby with your accreditation and with your invitation. Our staff will control already at the entry to the buses if you have an accreditation and if you have the invitation. The CASA protocol asks us very much to do it and to help with this organization. There will be buses ready at the departure at 7 p.m. in the lobby. Please come down approximately around the 7 p.m. After the arrival to the Prague Castle, we need to walk approximately 200 meters. So please take your cards. Thank you very much for your discipline, and I look forward to welcome you at the gala dinner.
For those of you who have left your, not been back to your bedrooms since this morning, the invitations are in the room, I would imagine, underneath the door. That's what happened with mine. So don't panic if you haven't seen it. So enjoy the evening, and we'll see everyone at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. Meeting ended.